Here.
Alderman Barber.
Here.
Alderman Nelson.
Here.
We have a quorum. Please rise. Join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remove your hats. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First order on the agenda is a citizens' comment period. I'm going to lay out the ground rules as usual. Those of you who are wishing to speak, please do so by coming forward. Give us your name and address. Speak to me. Rules indicate that we have to limit it to 3 minutes, the city engineering time. I ask you to be respectful. Regardless of your position, there are probably other people with opposite positions in the room, and we want to respect each other. So again, no clapping, no outbursts. You've been pretty good about that. So no personal attacks. And again, I ask you to speak to me. The folks in the hall, thank you very much for keeping your signs out there. It avoided me having to say that in here. So with that,
just to note that item D has a hearing, and I didn't know if you wanted to let citizens know that they'd have a separate opportunity, or if it's how you wanted to do that.
well, item D is for the subdivision.
Right, but it's still a hearing, so I just didn't know if you wanted to try to, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Alderman. Those of you who wish to speak on the proposed subdivision on 112th Street, in order to be on the record, you should speak during that public hearing, which will follow this. So with that, I will open the citizens' comment period. Yes, sir, good evening.
Yes, Mayor Olson. I'm Pastor Clayton Jones from Tri-County Baptist Church on Highway 100, across from Always Apple Orchard. And my letter here is to whom it may concern. Tri-County Baptist Church is not in any position to be burdened with any unnecessary assessments. We are maintaining our congregation with the facilities that we chose when we built our building. Tri-County Baptist Church is a nonprofit corporation and is tax exempt. At the time we were preparing to start the building project, we were told if we wanted city water, we could be financially responsible to bring the water down from Drexel ourselves. The cost was phenomenal. So we chose to put in a well and a holding tank, which is serving our congregation. We do not want to have this water service forced on us, and we will not be hooking up the city water or sewer. Whoever wants this water service should be responsible to pay for it, and possibly be a tax on all of Franklin. Also, with this invasion of our neighborhood, the access road that we share with other neighbors on the south side of our church property is a private driveway. We do not want this to become a public thoroughfare. The property owners who are seeking to turn this driveway into a public access should be responsible to make their own access to that property. And I'm signed Pastor Clayton L. Jones from Tri-County Baptist Church in Franklin here.
Thank you, Pastor, for your comments, and I'm
Okay.
exceedingly pleased that you did it in under 3 minutes. I was expecting more. Mr. Sincata, same rules as last time.
Good. Good evening. Joe Sincata, the attorney for Franklin Community Advocates and the other plaintiffs in the court case regarding the special use permit, the former Strauss application for the same. My comments tonight are building off of the Plan Commission meeting of a couple weeks ago. The absence of an applicant means, from my perspective, under the law, that the city should not and cannot proceed with an SUP, special use permit application. This seems obvious on its face, but under the state statutes, recently enacted Act 67, which addresses conditional use permits, as well as the city's ordinances, but expressly under the state statutes. In order to achieve a permit, the applicant must demonstrate satisfaction of local requirements and conditions. Without an applicant, no one can demonstrate satisfaction, and there can be no permit. In this case, the city has become an advocate for the use and also the regulator, and is, in my view, in an irreconcilable conflict. Further, to the extent pursuing this is related to supporting or buttressing an argument on behalf of the city, to pursue Strauss for minimum tax assessments, that is also void and improper. The city cannot approve a permit based on an outside contractual claim the city may have against the permittee. To the extent this was agreed to expressly or impliedly in the past, that is also known as improper contract zoning. So in the TIF law, the TIF contract, the developer's agreement, if there's a promise express or implied that will grant your permits, the law that is not that old, but older law says that's a contract to zone or a contract to approve a permit is not allowed. To the extent the city was aware of Strauss's withdrawal, the plaintiff will seek recovery of unnecessary attorney's fees expended on what is, in effect, a moot issue in court. The hearing recently to confirm the nature of these proceedings, the judge specifically asked if the applicant was going to be present. She expected this to be a new permit, a new hearing. Outside counsel for the city, I think, said the applicant was going to be present, and we'll see if he knew otherwise. But I don't believe the court is going to appreciate going forward when there is no applicant. I say that because there was no applicant last time. I'm hoping that, not hoping, but I assume that's going to be the case tonight. We're not going to all of a sudden have an applicant. My suggestion is that you do not vote for this special use permit on the merits when the issue comes up on the agenda, and that you dismiss it as moot. I think that would be helpful to the city as the litigation continues and we bring it to an end, hopefully in our favor. On the merits, I've submitted something in writing, and I refer you to that if you do go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sincata.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mark Priestaff, and I live at 8520 South River Terrace Drive in Franklin. Maybe I'm too late. I don't know. I recently received this brochure in the mail, so I guess I realized that the Strauss matter had not been completely put to bed. And I guess I just wanted to address the 6 points that were here because I found them interesting, and it kind of made me aware of where the issue had, the level at which it had gravitated to, unfortunately. The first point that's talked about in the brochure is to defend democracy. And I guess I would share that defending democracy doesn't mean you always get your way. Even if you hire a very competent and I'm sure kind attorney, doesn't mean you always get your way. And we have free speech and we can picket and protest as such, but that doesn't mean we might end up getting our way. Item 2 on the brochure said environmental impact. I'm sure all of us have heard of the USDA, United States Department of Agriculture. We've heard about the Wisconsin bureaucracy, the Department of Agriculture, Trade and Consumer Protection. I'm sure we've heard of the EPA, the DNR, and OSHA. It's almost as though the 1880s rather, have called and they want the Slaughterhouse Conditions Act fact sheet back. A quote within this brochure says, animal agriculture is one of the largest producers of greenhouse gases. Are we suggesting that we should shut down all the neighboring farms and dairy farms and beef farms in the area and put all those farmers out of business? We do realize that a slaughterhouse quite effectively ends the methane flatulence from farm animals. Next item is property values. How come the existing facility hasn't caused property devaluations around their existing facility? When I officed for 10 years in the Franklin Industrial Park as a business owner, my wife walked nearly daily right past the current facility, and every day she did that. She never smelled a thing. I found it interesting about animal rights. I'm sorry, but this flyer, in my opinion, is light on facts and statistics and strong on hyperbole, with language such as inhumane torture and violent treatment. With as many employees as Strauss employs, it's kind of hard to believe that none of this stuff would have gotten out. There would be someone that would have come to the scene and said, my goodness, this is what's going on, let alone the government bureaucracies that I mentioned earlier. Quality of life. The quote is, living around a slaughterhouse is gruesome. I'm sorry, but things going on in the Ukraine is gruesome. Another point about hyperbole. And then tax dollars. I love living in Franklin, but I have a 5-figure property tax bill. I want to know where the lost revenue from Strauss Brands, and by the way, we think they won't go anywhere else. They're I think they're probably, in my opinion, defusing the issue. We're just saying we're not going to do anything. They'll go somewhere else. They'll find some other community that will be
Mr.
open to them.
Reset?
Yes.
Your time is up, sir.
Will be done is going to come from tax dollars, and where the loss of 270 jobs will come from.
Thank you very much. For those of you in the hallway, the rooms to your, down that way, are available with monitors. And then if you'd like to speak, please feel free to get in line. But the folks in line have seats in here that they want to have back at the end of the day. Yes, sir, please.
Robert Hoffman, 8321 West Coventry Drive, long-term Franklin resident, mayor, council members, citizens of Franklin. Thanks for the opportunity to publicly voice my opinions and concerns here today regarding Strauss. So, I wasn't sure whether I was going to come here tonight. It was either come here or watch another episode of CSI Miami. But last night they featured, something in a slaughterhouse and how horrible it was in a slaughterhouse. And the whole thing was trying to find out who murdered all these people and horrible portrayals of the slaughterhouse. So I thought, well, that's a message. I need to come here tonight and speak my opinion. So I'm here regarding, I spent a long time going through those documents, there must be like 30 of them, just to get some background. And every time I come here, I always don't get my facts straight. So sorry if I got these wrong, but it seems to me like procedurally, we can't really take up this resolution because there's no applicant. I mean, it was right there, and I was looking through the last time the applicant was on file was I think back in July of 2020. But I really wanted to know tonight whether we have Strauss has reapplied, or they have reapplied in the form of pulling a building permit. Otherwise, I don't think we can take up that resolution. I mean, I'm not an attorney. I was just reading these documents. And so I didn't check to see if they actually did apply, but I was under the assumption they pulled out and they weren't intending to reapply. So had no idea why we would be taking this up tonight.
1 minute.
1 minute, thank you. So that's my question and concern procedurally. Then the second one is my opinion. I'm vehemently against the slaughterhouse. I've been saying it for 2 years, every opportunity. It will provide no benefits to the city, to the citizens of Franklin, and will result in known and unknown financial, quality of life, and future opportunity losses. Again, really, there's no benefits to the citizens of Franklin. We can do much better than this. Urge the council members to vote no. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoff. Mr. Sorensen, good evening.
Mayor Olson, Alder people. I want to introduce just a couple of additional documents and go over a couple of points. One of the documents I'm going to introduce is about the TIF that overlays this district. It does not meet any of the criteria remotely for a TIF. It's very problematic. And again, for people that keep tossing out hyperbole about how are we going to cover these tax losses and it's going to hurt our tax dollars, for the first 20 years, the money goes toward paying off the TIF that we did not need. So it isn't a huge boon to the taxpayers of Franklin at all. And right now we have some good TIFs that are underperforming. Should this TIF underperform, not only does all the money for 20 years go toward paying this, additional tax dollars of ours would go toward paying it off. And that's particularly offensive for the majority of Franklin residents who said they didn't want this to then possibly end up in the future subsidizing it. I also wanted to talk about the property value study. You have only the first phase in front of you. The reason you only have the first phase is we've been fighting about this for 15 months. I assumed that Strauss would do something like this, or at the very least, the city would require Strauss to do something like this, or the city would produce something like this. Instead, we waited as long as possible because we didn't want to foot the $25,000 bill ourselves, but we did. The study is not complete. We only knew of this meeting several weeks in advance, but we did provide the first basis for this. The initial conclusion on that study is that property values will in fact go down. I think the phrase is something that no reasonable person based on the data to date could assume otherwise than the property value would go down. The full study, which is much greater, the first part is only 28 pages. The full study is going to quantify by property, by ring, by distance, how much value homeowners will lose and how that will negatively impact the tax base of Franklin. So again, none of this is absolutely a boon for the taxpayers. Stopping this is what's going to be a boon for the taxpayers. And then the other thing that I provided, it's a letter that I was copied on an email from the CEO of Inside Equity, who on November 1st stated that they had no intention of building a slaughterhouse in Franklin or anywhere else. And again, although this is misstated, Strauss does not own Strauss. Inside Equity, a Texas equity firm, does. And it appears that as early as November 1, they have pulled out. And if they have, again, and I will provide you with the letters, I want to introduce that to the public record, it is unclear to me why you would force your own citizens to keep spending more money and go through this legal battle. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Howard April. I'm at 3772 East Denton Avenue, St. Francis, 53235. Obviously, the first question you might have is, why would someone who lives in St. Francis come before you this evening? Well, I have worked, and I currently work in the city of Franklin. I have for the past 25 years. It's where I spend a lot of my time. I have friends that live here. I spend a lot of money in Franklin, and I've seen Franklin grow up in the past 25 years. And I want to say congratulations. You guys have created a wonderful community, great school system, great green space, great homes. This is a wonderful place to live and raise kids. But that hasn't happened by accident. That happened through deliberate and reasoned planning over the past 25 years. Which is why I'd like to bring up item D and G1 and G2. The plan to rezone agricultural and conservancy land into residential. You know, just to point out, this area, as my understanding, was to remain as green space and parkland. And that is listed in the Sewer Pack Report 132, the City of Franklin Park Plan 2030, and the City of Franklin Master Plan 2025. Three really good plans.
Mr. April,
Yes.
do you want to do this during the public hearing?
And I will, sir, but I really appreciate this venue as well. And I won't go over my 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I've interrupted you.
So it's intended to remain as green space through those three reports, through the planning and the deliberation and the thoughtfulness that this community has put in the last 25 to 30 years. So my question, I'm confused and concerned. My question to you, ladies and gentlemen, to you, Mr. Mayor, why the change now? Why the change now? Why do you want to take away this green space and develop it? And I'd like to conclude with this. This is from your own document, the City of Franklin Corp Update, from Corp Update 2030, page 29, where it states, open space preservation and protection principle, which you, ladies and gentlemen, and your predecessors have signed off to. And it states simply this: ecological balance and natural beauty are important determinants of the City of Franklin's ability to provide a pleasant and habitable environment for all forms of life and to maintain the city's social and economic well-being. It's right there. This isn't my document. This is your document. This is the document for the citizens of Franklin. So what I'm officially requesting, ladies and gentlemen, is that, as I've said, the City of Franklin has had very good planning the past 25 to 30 years. What I would like to see is a plan as to how this parkland is going to be developed. And that way, stakeholders, the community, citizens, neighbors, and residents can have feedback and input as to what that space should look like going forward.
Thank you, Mr. April.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Good
My
evening.
name is Charlotte Sauer. I live at 8231 and 33 on South 100th Street. This is about that water line. Listen, we don't want it. We love our water, our well water. Most of us are either elderly or middle class, just trying to raise our children. Asking us to foot this bill is just uncalled for. Most will be run out because they won't be able to afford it. We like our water. We don't want your park. We don't want you cutting down our trees. We don't want your water tower. We don't want any of it. And if you talk to any of us that live on that street, we're happy. We just want to be left alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sauer.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Mike Berkeley. I live at West 156, South 7814 Ladwig Drive, Muskego. I'm a member of Tri-County Baptist Church. And I just had some questions for you. I'm also a developer, and I was going to purchase a property in Franklin, and it's about 20 acres a number of years ago. And I was told I'd have to bring water in. And when I was told what it would cost me as a developer to bring the water in, it wouldn't have been profitable, probably been a loss. Contractors are responsible for bringing in sewer, water, and utilities for their projects. The water tower is not our project. So one question would be, who's going to pay for the road that's going to go in there? Because as developers, we pay for our own roads and our own utilities. So another question is, who's going to get the water and be the beneficiary of that water? Is there a subdivision going in? Is it all the residents of Franklin who's going to be the beneficiary of the water tower?
We're going to ask the city attorney to talk with you about that.
Okay.
Or, what, excuse me. Sorry, Jesse. City engineer, I apologize.
So
You might not have had the time if the city attorney did it.
So as a developer, when I develop property, I have to pay for the road. I have several properties where I've been grandfathered in under a gravel road. If I so choose to bring the road up to city standards, okay, which for a small amount of houses, I'd be paying probably $200,000 for 3 lots. They want for 3 lots, 60-foot wide road, curb and gutter. Okay, it doesn't pay for it. My neighbors there's a $770,000 house. They're on a 12-foot wide gravel. I would say it's a driveway, not a road. Okay, and another house on that road that's about a $600,000 house, and there's still one more lot to be developed. So I'll look forward to speaking with the city attorney. When will that take place?
City engineer. And he's
City
right
engineer?
of you, and the two of you can meet in the hallway and exchange phone numbers.
Is there a reason why they don't want to address it in front of everybody?
The only reason is this is citizens' comment
Time.
period, and we prefer to listen to the citizens.
Okay,
That's all.
thank you.
Sir? Mr. Berkeley?
Hello, my name is Roberta Pritchard. Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council.
Hello, Roberta.
Hi. I've been listening to people and thinking.
Can we have your address, please, miss?
Of course, yes, sir. I live at S96W12761 Walter Hagen Drive in Muskego. And I've been listening to people talking, and I'm a licensed real estate broker, but I'm retired. Been retired for a while. And I'll tell you, my evaluation certainly was not a formal evaluation of how homes have depreciated in situations where businesses have moved in, similar to what we're talking about. And I've seen real estate values completely depreciate. And this is, my observation as a realtor, as a broker. I'm mystified by anyone thinking that it wouldn't happen. So, yes, I'm concerned. I'm not that far from the location. And I had the impression that this was over. I attended the meeting, the last one, and I'm just really, unfortunately, sad that this is being pursued when so many people have invested so much in their homes, and I'm one of them. And this would not be a good neighbor. And so with that, I'm finished, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Aaron Hirsch. I reside at 7867 South 83rd Street here in Franklin. I am here today to familiarize the Common Council with Wisconsin case law relevant to the matter at hand. Keene versus Dane County Board of Supervisors, decided by the Court of Appeals of Wisconsin in 2003, concerned a dispute over the granting of a conditional use permit. A particularly relevant aspect of this case was that a member of the Dane County Zoning and Natural Resources Committee wrote a letter praising the applicant as a good corporate citizen with a good track record and recommending it as a good business to operate in the community. The applicant proceeded to submit this letter as part of its permit application. The court ruled that the above-mentioned committee member became an advocate for the applicant when the applicant submitted his letter as part of its application. As such, he could not be an impartial decision maker, making his participation in the matter a violation of due process. The court reversed with directions to reconsider without the participation of the above-mentioned committee member. Alderwoman Hanneman, you wrote a piece entitled Economic Impact. Yes.
Addressed to me.
You wrote a piece entitled Economic Impact Analysis Strauss Brands Incorporated Expansion Proposal, Franklin, Wisconsin, on October 20th, 2020. This piece was submitted to the court by Strauss Brands LLC on November 24th, 2021 in support of its special use permit application. In addition, Strauss Brands attached their own piece entitled Economic Impact that appears to draw heavily on your work. The legal precedent is clear. You became an advocate for Strauss Brands when it submitted your above-mentioned written work. You cannot be an impartial decision maker in any matter involving Strauss Brands. You must abstain from all proceedings concerning Strauss Brands. You can end this all tonight by simply following the law. Remember, the court is watching. Your status as an advocate for Strauss Brands LLC requires that you abstain from all proceedings concerning Strauss Brands LLC. Failure to abstain will violate due process and will render further proceedings in this matter illegal and invalid. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Mr. Kenny.
Jeffrey Kenny, 12302 West Loomis Court, Franklin. I'm standing here before you as one of the closest Franklin residents to the proposed site for Strauss Brands. I'm also standing here before you as a business owner. I would love to bring additional business tax revenue to Franklin, help develop Franklin as an outstanding city. A slaughterhouse, the way it's being described in the special use application, is not what Franklin needs. It is not the current operation of Strauss. Meatpacking does not smell, no problems that I'm aware of or concerned with. I am concerned with the proposed smell of a slaughterhouse, one that processes somewhere between 500 and 1,000 cattle per day. I've heard different numbers from Strauss themselves. I do not know of one in existence that does not smell. We have asked point blank Strauss their proof that their new smell mitigation systems are going to do the trick. It's new technology, it doesn't exist. Fine, then show us a working slaughterhouse in the United States of the same size that does not smell. I challenge you to get that information. All that aside, that's my biggest concern before attending these meetings. 2 years ago, I attended the meetings. Was very surprised by the turn of events that changed the vote to yes in Strauss's favor. I don't know the law. Seemed a little bit backdoor, sly maneuver to change our vote and say, yes, you can build. Went to circuit court and got kicked back to you. It was an illegal process. Provide the data. The applicant needs to provide the data behind this application to prove that the special use will not affect Franklin negatively. Sat through 2 weeks ago, Plan Commission meeting. Looked at the same data virtually that we looked at 2 years ago. We've got a report from an alderman talking about property values. We've got very little information other than the plan details from the applicant themselves, who is no longer at the table. And yet we're pushing this down residents' throats. Vote yes, vote no. It's going to be back in court and it's going to be turned down anyway, so I really don't care.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Mr. Sincata, I assume that you're going to instruct your client that there has been no rulings issued? Been a couple of orders, but no rulings. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Jerome Jednick, 8072 South 66th Court, Franklin, Wisconsin. I came here today to speak about Strauss. I think, Mr. Mayor, you really botched this. Pretty much what we had in front of us was the opportunity to have a great slaughterhouse move to our community. They've been here, and I think they should probably continue to be here. The problem being is the location. Slaughterhouses and industrial belong in industrial, all right? Residential belongs next to residential. If you wanted to build residential homes, you put a park next to it. You put maybe some light commercial, but you don't do industrial. So what ended up happening here is we had an applicant that wanted to stay in Franklin. They've been here for years, and they wanted to continue to stay here. Yes, they got turned down from Milwaukee, but we could have easily came up with a location in an industrial park where they're currently located and kept them here, kept all the financial benefit, kept the revenue. But what we had here is we had a mayor that found a round hole and wanted to fit a square into it. We all know it doesn't work. My 14-year-old son loves to play SimCity, and I play it with him. They will not let you build industrial next to residential. Okay? It's just a simple game of city planning. All right? If you take a city planning college course and you go to the professor, Mr. Professor, I'm going to build a slaughterhouse next to $500,000 and $600,000 homes. He's going to laugh at you. He's going to say, no, you build a park. You build restaurants. You build commercial. That's what people want. All right? So I think everybody up here that's going to vote tonight has to own up to the fact that maybe you were led in the wrong direction. We should have had Strauss here. We should have had them in an industrial park next to the cheese factory. We could have had all this revenue and all this nice things that Sherry Hanneman and her economic report says that they're going to create for Franklin. But instead, we've had 4 or 5 meetings, 6 meetings. We have all these people here having to deal with this mess. You don't build a slaughterhouse next to residential. Every 14-year-old knows that. Every 20-year-old knows that. I think we all know it. And that's all this is. It's a waste of time. We have better, we should deserve better than what you're providing for us. Side note, I got 25 seconds. Sherry Hanneman, you got to withdraw your economic proposal or your economic analysis. I took a look at it. You basically
Address
went
your comments to me.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Sherry Hanneman went to an online source that basically created, the blueprint to come up with what the economic analysis of what Strauss provides to Franklin. Her current analysis of what Franklin provides Franklin is 8.7% of her whole economy. Their current facility. That doesn't make sense.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What she did wrong was she had all 170 of their employees working and living in
that, but
Franklin.
Time is up.
They
sir.
don't live in Franklin. You interrupted me.
You're
I was
talking-
allowed 15 seconds. Thank you.
Folks, no, please. Thank you very much. Ms. Gint.
Dana Gint, 9011 West Hawthorne Lane. I'm here to have a cautionary tale to all the citizens here. There are 25 conditions and restrictions proposed for the Strauss development. I want to understand what reassurances the Common Council is going to have that those are actually going to be followed through on. And my reasoning is that the history with the Common Council and the City of Franklin is that they merely remove, amend, or amend hundreds of times nonetheless. For example, the Rock Sports Complex development has been amended hundreds of times, 37 major amendments in one meeting, and some of the conditions were just merely removed because the developer asked for them. So I want to understand what reassurances are there going to be if there is any progress made on this development. And I certainly hope that you listen to the citizens and the Strauss development does not go forward. I want to make a huge difference that the Strauss development, the people opposing the Strauss development are asking for it to go away. There have been hundreds of citizens that have showed up to comment about the Rock Sports Complex. We have never, ever asked for it to go away. I know that is the mantra that the city likes to say, that the people that live around it have been asking it for it to go away, but we have never asked for it to go away. We have been asking for you to follow the regulations that you established and the 27 conditions that were merely amended or removed. And it's been a bait and switch, which I know was mentioned a couple times in the lawsuit. And Mr. Hirsch mentioned the conflict of interest that was incredibly prevalent throughout the Rock Sports Complex. Mr. April mentioned the importance of retaining open spaces and natural areas. There was no environmental impact statement or no environmental study for the removal of 23 acres of protected natural resources for the Rock. And I'm just going to read you a couple examples of the conditions of the Rock Sports Complex that were merely removed. It says, the entire sports complex area in general and the existing ball fields and proposed stadium in particular shall employ superior lighting and sound systems as to minimize potential adverse impacts upon adjacent properties and shall comply with the standards required in the P1 Park District. All decisions upon approval to be made hereunder shall be made upon the application of such intent and standard of requirements. Then we'll go to another page. Noise. Well, these are all city documents. Noise levels must be in compliance with sections 15-3.1107 of this ordinance and 183-38 through 18346. And none of this has been followed since 2013. Conditions of approval, number 4, prior to any new or revised concerts, live music venues, or outdoor events utilizing speakers, including but not limited to the proposed baseball stadium, the applicant shall prepare a comprehensive outdoor sound study of the Rock Sports Complex, that such study shall identify and recommend such practices, equipment, and systems.
Your time's up.
I just have the rest of the paragraph to read. Thank you.
On the motion, all those in favor of the motion to suspend the rules and allow Ms. Gint to speak, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you. I'm just reading. These are City of Franklin public documents related to the Rock Sports Complex. So the rest of this condition, which is one of the conditions of approval and restrictions, goes on to say regarding sound, that shall recommend such practices, equipment, and systems to not only fully comply with all pertinent city noise regulations and standards, but which also reasonably addresses neighbors' concerns, that such study will be reviewed by an independent party of the city's choosing and the applicant's reasonable expense for review and acceptance by the Common Council prior to any further development within the Rock Sports Complex. Any recommendation from the comprehensive sound study that apply to the existing facilities or events shall be implemented by the applicant within 2 years from the date of acceptance of this study by the Common Council. This document is from 2016. There have been hundreds of citizens that have been complaining about the noise since 2013, because clearly it's in this 2016 document. So this noise problems already existed, which have only been compounded by the sound. And I'm just giving a precautionary tale that regulations and restrictions and conditions mean nothing to the city. Thank you.
Is there a motion to return to regular order? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name's Robin, and I live at 4750 West Forest Hill Avenue
What is
in
your-
Franklin, Wisconsin, and my last name is Perryard.
Thank you.
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you for a moment. I loved raising my kids in Franklin. We love Franklin. And in the recent times, and we've been here since 1995, I see Franklin growing in a great way. And I notice driving in front of this building, there's a sign out there that some people got together, I don't know who they are, and said Franklin represents our motto. This is what we stand for. It's called quality of life. It's on that sign out there. I say you're backing away from quality of life in Franklin. It's very, very abundantly clear. In all the things that I've heard and seen, I've never felt like it was important. I didn't actually honestly think I would need to, because I always felt that the people in charge of Franklin were doing a pretty doggone good job until now. And let me tell you, as a person who is an engineer who works in Cudahy next to Patrick Cudahy, I can tell you that those types of industries, yes, indeed, they smell. And I know this because I sit up in my office and I smell the smell that's been there for the past years upon years. And when the building burnt down and they rebuilt, it still smells. Yes, slaughterhouses, meat packing, it stinks. It stinks. And this move for Franklin, it stinks even more. It's not going to be a good marketing piece for us later. And I see all the developments, and I have some questions as to some of the articles I read about it. But in general, Franklin has always been a little hidden place where people couldn't get to it, right? No bus line, nice place to live, beautiful place to live. Glad I raised my kids here. I strongly implore you to consider everything that's been said, which I know you will do as your job, but take a little thought and ask yourself this question. Which one of you sitting up here who's going to cast this vote is willing to live next to that slaughterhouse? I work by one, a small in square footage comparison. Which one of you is going to recommend to your family member or your friend that they move into that neighborhood? And how are you going to compensate those
Thank you, ma'am.
who lose their home values because of the decision you make today? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Danielle Kenny, 12302 West Loomis Court, Franklin, Wisconsin. You've all heard what I have to say about Strauss because I've said it 6 times before at meetings, so I won't belabor all the points that were made before me. What I'm going to tell you is new information that I received since the Planning Commission meeting. I had people calling me that saw my interview on the news who are planning to build in the neighborhood next to Strauss. They were absolutely upset and freaking out because nobody told them they were building a $600,000 house next to a slaughterhouse. That's not okay. That is not okay. You know, I'm a real estate agent. I had buyers shy away from lots anywhere on Ryan Road near the location because they don't want to build next to a slaughterhouse. That is real. That's happening. It's happening now, and it's going to affect our property values. We need to do the right thing. I don't even know why we're here because we shouldn't be voting on this. Nobody should be voting on this until we have the data. The data wasn't required for this applicant, and I don't understand why. That's on the Planning Commission, and that's on you guys. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Joshua Salapat, 7668 South 68th Street. I'm just letting you know that in the situation of my house, I had to pay for any improvements when I purchased my house for the sewer. So I am against TIF districts, but if Strauss wants to purchase property, build a building, as long as it's not a TIF district, And it sounds, well, I can't say that because I can't talk about what anybody else has said. Once a building is built, if other people decide to move there, that is their problem. If I move into a neighborhood and the house next door is bad, once I move in, I can't complain that the neighbor's house looks bad because I knew it when I moved in. So if I don't want to have bad neighbors, when their house goes up for sale, I should just buy the property and continue to keep the people farther away from me if I'm concerned about my property value going down in regards to my main dwelling. That is it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rivera.
5536 West Allwood Drive, Marcelino Rivera III, Alderman and candidate for District 5. It's important that we all take a moment to reflect on the events that have led us to where we are today. It's been exhausting for all. The city's citizens and residents of Franklin, however, are the ones that have been ignored, ridiculed, and are now being scapegoated for the consequences as a result of the actions from Franklin's elected officials. Those to blame are the ones that entered chambers with predetermined decisions or acted impartially by speaking in favor and skewing numbers on behalf of the absent applicant. Mayor Olson has misled and told citizens this was a done deal, in addition to directing staff to make every effort to push this slaughterhouse down the throats of residents, no matter what the cost. Former Economic Director Kelly Berg made a statement using incorrect figures published on 10/18/20, stating TID 6 was being anchored by a Franklin manufacturer. This was all prior to the special use public hearing required by state and local law. The foolish mistake put the city at risk financially. These financial risks have been exacerbated by related projects such as Water Tower Park and the rapid growth that has outpaced DPW and fire services available to the area, putting higher costs directly at the feet of taxpayers. This infrastructure will not be paid off for 20 years. The economic impact study paid for by Franklin Community Advocates shows a loss of value to surrounding homes, which means less tax base for the city and a net loss in home value, depreciating a major personal lifetime investment for nearby residents. Don't forget the impact to the nationally recognized Indian Community School that has had their concerns ignored by our local city officials. The core values and personal ethics that guide my decisions have been absent from this process. What I have seen has compelled me to run for alderman. The values of my healthcare employer and what has been lacking in our city's processes are patients first, we should be putting our citizens first, integrity, teamwork, and excellence, continually striving to be better. Franklin's city motto is celebrating quality of life. Quality is another key factor absent from conversations around this SUP. My employer defines quality as something that is collaborative, measurable, transparent, and valid. We can clean up our city and correct the mistakes that have been made, but keeping the people responsible in office and expecting different results is insanity. We can do better. And by the way, I want to see Alderman Barber's how he votes.
Mr. Rivera?
District.
You're becoming
Okay,
election
Mr. Mayor,
illegal. That is illegal, sir.
I want to see how District 5 is watching how everyone votes on the removal of parklands. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Kelly Hirsch. I reside at 7867 South 83rd Street. It should be noted, today's hearing is in violation of our lawsuit. The city is in violation of the court order, continuing to hold this hearing after the circus, our advisory body, our planning commission held on 2/17. A hearing that did not only fail to argue how Strauss meets the 4 criteria to satisfy a SUP, but it also failed to produce an applicant. Furthermore, Alderwoman Hanneman should have abstained from voting after showing bias with her economic paper gleaned by Strauss. And ultimately, the hearing failed to provide the citizens of Franklin with due process once again. We are here today because of the misdirection and outright lies Mayor Olson has perpetrated. This has nothing to do with taxes, Strauss being a good neighbor, or being pro-business. This has everything to do with what is becoming business as usual in the city's administration, casual cover-ups. If Mayor Olson was so concerned about wasted tax dollars, why has he continued on this farce of a lawsuit and hearings without an applicant? It remains to be proven whether Strauss entered into this agreement with or without foreknowledge of these conditions. But what is certain is they no longer want to be held to it. Which brings us back to the Planning Commission hearing of 2/17, where the commission and Mayor Olson, perhaps as a gesture of pride, pushed forward a SUP application without an applicant. It can be argued TID 6 should never have been created. Where was the need that fits TID requirements? Furthermore, it can be argued that the infrastructure should never have been started before this was a done deal, especially at taxpayer cost. No, we will not shoulder your blame, Mayor Olson. Be assured that this debacle is the result of you and the members who fell in line and voted yes. You remain culpable for this disaster. You do not represent the viewpoints or wishes of most of your constituents on this matter, and you have acknowledged as much on record. You have proven to care more for a backroom high five and future promises than a fulfillment of your elected responsibilities. All of you who have voted yes for this. The residents of Franklin have spoken out against this project site from the beginning, and you chose to ignore us. We were forced to go to the extreme measure of filing a lawsuit to merely get the attention of our elected representatives to obtain what is guaranteed to us under the United States Constitution, due process, at an enormous expense to us. To add further insult to injury, a handful of plan commissioners, including our mayor, had the nerve to push a narrative on the residents and taxpayers of Franklin that Strauss pulling out of the deal is somehow the fault of persons who recognize the enormous problems in the plan. It's time to take a very close look at the machinations behind a car wreck like this, and then clean house from top to bottom, starting with Mayor Olson and council members who were and are complicit at best. Voters of Franklin, your city needs you to get involved. Register your opinions with your votes, starting with the spring election. Change the landscape of our common council and vote Olson compliant alder people back out of our power seats.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nope. Thank you, sir. Good evening.
My name is Matt Braley. I live on South 97, West 12999 Champions Drive in Muskego. I'm a new addition to the area, moved from out of state. Was very excited to be here. Got married last summer, bought my first house last summer also here. Didn't plan to say anything tonight, so bear with me. But I felt like I needed to. Planned on starting a family in this house, and I'm quite close to the planned site of Strauss. I think it's remarkable how many citizens have stepped forward today, your constituents, to voice their opinions so eloquently. From what I gather, this seems like a pretty simple situation. You shouldn't put this in, bottom line. I'm fearful for what the plant will do to my home, which I thought was a dream home. And I feel like it's going to be a nightmare. And if anybody wants to give me my money back on this house at this point, after voting yes on this, I'd be happy to have you stop by and take care of me. Thank you.
Sir, good evening.
Good evening. I'm Jerry Mickelson, Franklin resident over 60-some years. I am a retired Franklin firefighter for 25 years. I have seen Strauss Brothers grow and expand. Wouldn't it be nice during the summer to have your steaks and brats come from Strauss Brothers meat right here in Franklin? We have a business in Franklin I want to expand into Franklin, but you turn around and kick them to the curb. Thank you.
Douglas Clark, 8173 South 100th, talking about that water tower. I moved my family here a little over 20 years ago because we heard that Franklin was pretty good, and it is. It's a great place to live. Put all the kids through school, still got one left. Schools were so good that me and my wife decided to get involved with the community. I'm on the FCC, the Franklin Civic Celebration Committee, youth basketball coach. Been toot my horn a little bit here. There's been 5 state championship youth basketball teams for boys, and I've been involved in all of them, either a head coach or on the coaching staff. That will not continue if this tower goes in, though. This is going to force us out. Like my neighbor said earlier, middle class, we can't afford that extra $300 or $350 a month on our taxes. So I would encourage you guys to please not put that tower up.
Thanks, Mr. Clark.
Thanks.
Mr. Seamer, good evening.
Orville Seamer, 3020 West Acre, 46-year resident of City of Franklin. I think about this a lot lately since we got that wonderful brand new logo sitting behind Mayor Olson. You know, it only cost us $80,000 just for the graphics, but you know, who's counting? You know, with that logo, I thought maybe we should have a nickname for our illustrious mayor. You know, I thought, yeah, there's a lot of different options here. We could call him the apartment mayor since he gives millions of dollars to apartment developers. Yeah, that didn't quite fit. And I thought about maybe the roundabout mayor. Of course, I would have a double entendre, you know, because he's so fond of roundabouts. Yeah, that wasn't quite it either. I thought a little bit more. I thought, well, what about Mayor Justin Trudeau? You know, since he's a control freak. You know, that would be pretty good. Close, but not quite. I thought, well, maybe the ultimate control freak, Mayor Vladimir Putin Olson, the ultimate control freak in the world. You know, can I get an applause for that? Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
If you're going to speak, don't be bashful. Let's go.
Okay, I
Yes, ma'am.
won't.
Good evening.
Hi, a little more sure of myself tonight. I was at the planning committee meeting. My name is Ruth Hozeska. I live at 8243 South 88th here in Franklin. And I just feel, after listening to you guys, that this whole thing is a no-brainer. You just don't put a big industry in a residential area. I don't mind if you put it somewhere in Franklin, but put it in the right place. And I tell you, 2 things I listen to. This is kind of a culture war. I'm a nurse with a bachelor's in science and I have a master's in business. You have a degree from Marquette in speech, which shows that you had some humanities, I think. Anyway, the reason I bring up culture differences is because as a nurse, we deal with quality of life, but we battle with administration, and that's why I got my master's in business, to look at the other side because they think about money. And as a committee, you have to think about both. And as I mentioned before at the planning committee, you have to look at both. In today's world, it's not just tax break. And again, you were in marketing after you graduated from Marquette, so you know what words can sway, how words can sway people. And tax break always sways people, but there's more behind it. So I'm asking you to look at both sides. It sounds like some things weren't kosher here. I mean, if the rules say you can't have a private meeting about something, or you can't vote on something and also do the study about it. I mean, doesn't it seem like a no-brainer to you? I don't know. So anyway, I'm against it, and not because I don't think maybe it's a good business for us, but it's just not in the right place. And I ask that you respect the citizens for that. And again, listening to the Planning Commission 2 weeks ago, you didn't prove your case. When I talked to you on the phone, Mr. Olson, Mayor Olson, all you said, well, it's a tax break. Well, that's not enough nowadays. You got to have studies. I mean, you don't, in medicine, that's what you said, sir. And you said, well, it's a tax break, Ruth. It's a tax break. And it makes me cringe because environment is just as important, quality of life. So I don't see the same guys. There was one gentleman who was sitting over there, kind of longer hair. He read the papers. Nobody else talked about reading the papers or doing the research. And there's so much, if this is the right word, legalese, you really have to take time to read a proposal. So, and I don't feel that the planning committee presented themselves very well in doing that. So again, I'm against it, and I think it's a reasonable request, and I think I'm thankful for citizens here that were willing to look beyond the words tax break and look more into it, which is what you need to do. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to be clear. I don't recall our conversation, and in no conversations do I ever use the word tax break, because that implies something that's just not the case here. So
Oh, because, sir, I
I just
brought,
don't remember the conversation.
that's okay. I know you
I'm not
talked to a lot
calling
of
you a liar
people.
or anything, but
I
I want to
appreciate
be
your
clear that I
callback.
don't
But
use those
sir,
terms.
you didn't prove your case. I said, we need to do more studies. And you said, well, I said, maybe, why don't we look at another meat packing plant and see if their research shows that they have a plant that doesn't cause odor, is environmental. Do we have anything? But you didn't come up with that, sir. So, yes, sir. That's research.
Okay, let's get back on plan here. Ms. Davis, good evening.
Good evening, Debbie Davis, 9460 South 96th Street, and I am a aldermanic candidate for District 1. And I appreciate people who have spoken. I just also wanted to add Danielle, the real estate agent, and our new neighbor in Muskego. I did happen to go into Ryan Meadows and meet the 2 new households that have moved there, and I did ask them, did you know that there's a proposed slaughterhouse right here next to your neighborhood? They did not know that. So I just want to go on record in supporting the concerns of people that have spoken tonight. And I want to encourage others. This is a very good list of rules, Mayor Olson, about rules of decorum, but I don't want anyone to be discouraged about repetition. If there's a point that you want to emphasize that's important to you, please come to the mic. Or if you feel like all your points have been said regarding the water line or regarding Strauss or anything else, just come and give us your name and your address and state your position for the record, opposed or in favor of any of the agenda items. I know that the council would support that. I suspect the council would support that. I also just want to briefly talk about one other thing related to, I know we have a hearing coming up, but related to, what is it, related to the subdivision on 112th. I also had the question, neighbor in St. Francis, as to why would we support something like this? And one thing that came up with the Plan Commission was that our proposed.
Ms. Davis, I encourage you to do this conversation during the public hearing.
Well,
please,
I understand that, but
it's all in an unusual situation where you're going to take 3 minutes now and 3 minutes later, and that's not in the rules.
so no, this isn't about. This is about the UDO, and not as it applies necessarily to this property. But so we saw the proposed UDO, and I'm concerned. There was one public opportunity for people to contribute that just wasn't very well promoted, and then there was random opinions taken from people at the St. Martin's Fair. And so I really want to encourage us to have more public opportunities. And I know Mr. Morrow said that we should step up, if we're interested in making those contributions. And I'm happy to work with anyone to help design an authentic outreach plan and implement an outreach plan that brings more people to the table. So I know that a lot of the decisions, a lot of the land is in Southwest Franklin. And so we need to include people in Southwest Franklin in reviewing the UDO changes. And it wouldn't be hard, even simply because we know who the citizens are that are concerned, because we come to meeting and we speak about our concerns in Southwest Franklin.
Thank you, Ms.
Also, one other thing, no,
Thank you,
it's
Ms.
12 seconds. Important to our city, I think, is our farmers.
Davis, you're over 12 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll continue later. All right, thank you.
Folks, the rule is the rule, and I'm just enforcing the rule. It's just, and I'm trying to be fair to everybody. And you'll notice that I have been fair to everybody. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, honorable council members. My name is BJ Shah, 1995 Norhad Drive, 5A, Brookfield, Wisconsin, 53045. I think all of you may have a question, why am I here, being a Brookfield resident? I was here in October 2020 to support my friends who are residents of Franklin, and I'm here today to do the same. I think all of you have heard, various arguments that the Franklin residents have made. These are true concerns: property values, smell next to the slaughterhouse, the horrible torture that the animals have to go through, environmental concerns, greenhouse gas emissions, water pollution, air pollution. I urge you to listen to the Franklin residents and vote no for this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Tom Benning, 11720 West Ryan Road. And I'm glad you want me to address you, Mayor Olson, because you're exactly who I need to talk to. All these meetings we've had, hearings on this, not once have you told the people in these rooms the exact reason why you want this particular business and you're pressing for it so desperately. I believe his name is Heath Eddy, is that correct? At the Plan Commission hearing, this last one on Strauss, he stated, well, if they don't go in there, well, virtually anything could go in there. Well, that's not true. I know your stance on certain businesses, and for instance, a trucking company, you would not permit that. But yet a slaughterhouse, you're willing to do cartwheels down Highway 36 for. Why don't you be honest with these people and tell them the exact reason? Mr. Morrow knows he inherited the problem. This is a 10, 11-year-old problem. And why don't you be honest with the citizens of Franklin and tell them what the city is on the hook for if it doesn't work properly? And you know what I'm talking about. You want this business because of the water usage. You have a very, very expensive sewer in the ground that doesn't work because it doesn't have flow. I work on sewers. I install them. And at the end of the line of the sewer, you need a lot of flow in a pipe that big. You don't have that. That sewer was put in. Some of these older people were here for that, not all of them. And a few of them agreed at the time. This wasn't the right time to put it in. Yet you and the previous mayor pushed for it. Now, you're trying to fix it. Two wrongs do not make a right. And you are virtually asking us that live around there to be sacrificial lambs to cover your own backside. So please explain to the people of Franklin where this is coming from, because nobody's against Strauss. And you know, I know you know, because nobody could be that dense to think that it belongs next to a subdivision. It belongs in an industrial area or next to an interstate or out in the middle of the plains of Nebraska, but not next to a brand new subdivision with $500,000 homes. So please, in your own words, take 5 minutes and explain to these people what the issue is here. And again, Glenn, I'm sorry you inherited that problem, but.
Thank you, Mr. Benning. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Hello there. My name is Devang Gandhi. Live at 20735 Lincolnshire Court, Brookfield. So yes, I am a resident of Brookfield, and I oppose the slaughterhouse expansion just because, like all of you, I do believe in the principle of nonviolence. I believe in the God-given principle of live and let live, which extends way beyond the human race to involve all life forms. And most importantly, because I firmly believe that God did not create the cattle to appease human palate. So, and under times like this, I feel I feel sometimes ashamed to be a part of the human race that on one hand upholds and applauds the principles of sympathy and compassion, towards the fellow humans, but on the other hand, does not think twice before it mercilessly slaughters millions of animals and calls it progress. So yes, the slaughterhouse undeniably pollutes our air, undeniably pollutes our environment, undeniably pollutes our water, causes traffic issues, reduces the property values. But I stand here to please ask the residents of Franklin, including the honorable mayor and all the fine people sitting in front of me, to say no. To say no to the slaughterhouse, not because of all the above mentioned reasons, but because we respect the right of every living being to live till it dies, not till it is killed and slaughtered. Because until we do that, there will always be other Strasses and there will always be other Franklins. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Lex Pritchard. I live in S96W12761 Walter Hagen Drive, Muskego, Wisconsin. I guess for me, it's common sense and logic. I doubt anybody sitting up there lives within 3/10 of a mile of a slaughterhouse, right? I don't think you could tell your sister, your father, your mother, your kids that, oh yes, I want you to know I voted for a slaughterhouse to go into a residential neighborhood, and it will not depreciate housing values, and it will not smell, it will not pollute. I don't see how in God's green earth anybody believes that. I can't believe you believe that. I really don't. Just common sense. You can find me later and say, I won't believe you. I won't believe your voters believe that. I believe you think, well, it's in one area. It's going to screw Muskego. It's going to cause a lot of problems in that area. But that's that area. Well, what I'd like to put out there is I used to not care about Franklin politics, but I do now. I want to watch and see who wins, who votes yes. I want to help do something about getting them out. And I would hope anybody in any alderman district looks at who votes no. You got a lot of people that are going to help that person. I'd almost like to be their campaign manager and say, well, it didn't hurt the house values. It didn't smell. It didn't do that. And you go, this is a lie. And by then, you probably could take them there. You could actually take them there. So for me, if you're going to vote for this, change has got to come. This doesn't make sense. I mean, if this were New Orleans or somewhere, you'd think, what the hell's going on? Or Chicago back in the day. Why would anybody do it? I don't see why there's any reason anybody would support it. I can understand it's over in the corner. We don't have to worry about it. But you do, because you're going to run again. When you run again, I hope to God everybody here and everybody that can helps you lose if you support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is William Orr. My address is 11408 West Franklin Street. And I'm a member of Tri-County Baptist Church, and I have been since we built there. And when we built, we were told that if we wanted water, that we're going to have to pay for it to come all the way down from Drexel. And back then, I don't believe all the other construction was there yet. And so I'm just saying that, you know, if we were going to be saddled with the bill to bring it down from Drexel, why are we now being saddled with it when the city wants to bring it down? That's basically all I had to say, but I just don't feel it's right to throw the bill on the landowners now because the shoe is on the other foot now. Now it's not us that want the water, it's the city that wants to bring it down. And if we're not going to be the only ones using the water, maybe it should be up to the city to foot the line that's coming down. Thank you.
Mr. Orr, I don't recognize the address. What city?
My address?
Yeah.
11408 West Franklin Street.
In Franklin.
It's in St. Martin's.
Oh, yeah, okay. I guess. Sorry. Thanks. It's a short street, folks.
Like 3 houses.
It's a short street. All right. Good evening. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Orr. Sorry. I owe you one for that.
Hello, good evening. My name is Shweta Shah, and my address is 718 Bear Claw Way, Madison, Wisconsin. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I really appreciated. Community member and Mr. Mayor, this is a great cause, a cause where we feel like why it's happening. Every day, some or other issues are associated in our community. As a mom, I've always tried to protect my family. As a banker, I always try to protect my customer. And as a community member, I feel like this is what I stand for. This is what I'm supposed to do. I want this Franklin community, a new generation, feel safe, and they should enjoy their life. Each and every individual, not just the individual, but the creature created by the God, they also have a right to enjoy their life. And I do believe in religion. I'm a Jain, and also we always feel like nonviolence is a virtue. That's what we respect for. Beyond that, I would really appreciate if we take a few minutes of each day and think about it. If somebody poke a needle in my body part, am I going to be happy? I don't think so. I still remember my child when she was a 8-month baby. She cried a lot. Think about that animal coming from all the way somewhere, and we are very brutally killing each and every single one. I feel like something should stop. And I think there are multiple air pollution and like so many reasons are there why we should stop. And I really appreciate if we could, everybody think about it. It's very important, and everybody has a right to live life happily, including all the creatures. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Really, really appreciate it. Take care. Have a good day.
Thank you. Drive carefully back. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Harshit Jain. I'm resident of Waukesha, 2412 Springdale Road. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to support my friends who are the residents of this beautiful city of Franklin. I am here as I care about fellow Americans and American economy. The idea of this slaughterhouse is not justified in Franklin or anywhere. This will be damaging the community, decreasing property value, causing air, water, land, and noise pollution. I request council members to consider any other business that doesn't involve this violence and pollution. As a Jain, we believe in non-violence. No words can describe the pain those innocent animals has to endure in the slaughterhouse. It's inhumane. As animals cannot voice their concerns, as a human, it's our duty to understand and stop such killing and even protect our environment. So in a nutshell, I urge council members to vote no to this expansion. Thank you for this opportunity.
What city are you from, sir?
Waukesha.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tammy Owie. I live at 8081 South 100th Street. I just wanted to talk to you about the water line or the water tower. Because of where you're placing that, it's not even on our property. We have our own water, we have our own septic. We didn't ask for it. I don't think that any of the other homeowners have asked for it. You guys didn't really ask us if we wanted this or didn't want it. So I feel like we should not have to pay that. It's extremely expensive, and for us to even hook up to it, it would cost us thousands and thousands of dollars. So I feel that you guys should vote no on that, and we should not have to pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howie. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Good evening. Eddie Strubing, 8373 South 100th Street. I just also wanted to echo no, please, on the water main coming through on Highway 100. I have a family of 6, and that's a pretty big bill to have to pay. So thank you.
Stick around. Folks, we got a lot on the agenda, so if you're going to speak, let's go.
Speak.
Yes,
Good
sir.
evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Stephen Van Gotham, S97W13172, Champions Drive, Muskego. We're the subdivision that you can walk to from here. It's about 1/8 of a mile away. We represent $800 million in property value. We also have 72 kids that go to school. We have 200 homeowners. And we just want to go on the record, so when this goes to the attorney, they'll see that we went on the record that we are totally against this. And I'll guarantee you that anybody within the smell zone, and that's a half mile from that plant if it would go in, would come to this meeting and say they were against it too. And that means probably close to almost, I mean, you're talking close to 400 homeowners in a very short period, or in a very, very small area. So I'm asking you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Geraldine Perkins. My husband is Carl Buckner. He owns a property at 8052 South 100th Street. We are along with the Tri-City Baptist Church and anyone that is against the water towers being put in. This was not handled properly. They came in our driveways with big machinery. It's a private driveway. City of Franklin does not maintain that driveway. And when I went there that evening, they were cutting all the trees. I told them that. The next morning, they were right back there on the driveway. You got to do things differently. Let the people know. We had no idea what was happening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one else rise, I'm going to close the citizens' comment period. With that, we move on to Leroy. I'm sorry, the citizens' comment period is closed.
Leroy Lewandowski, 8030 West Winston Way. I object to the fact that they're still trying to put in that Strauss facility, because basically it's not Strauss, it is a Texas outfit that's buying into the Strauss company. However, I have been trying to convince the developers around here to try to bring in a Mayo Clinic behind my house. If we got that, we don't need a slaughterhouse. We need a hospital, because you could see what we had go through with this COVID-19, and some of the beds were not enough for the people that were there. And I feel that if we can get a big hospital like the Mayo Clinic, we would be considered a lot better than a slaughterhouse. Thank you.
Thank you. So the citizens' comment period remains closed. Move on to item B2, which is a resolution I'm putting in front of the council objecting to passage of Assembly Bill 610 and 630. It's currently in the state Senate. It effectively changes a bunch of assessment rules and causes the ability to transfer more taxes from large commercial users to the residential users. And I ask the council to approve that resolution.
I'll move to Bill 6
10, Senate Bill 630, and any proposed amendments with property tax burden to small business, large property.
I got it. It's, okay. Alderman Nelson moved.
I'll
Alderman
second.
Hanneman seconded the motion to approve the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One other fact on that, the Assembly voted on it on a voice vote, and it was apparently unanimous for this tax shift. The Senate was bringing it to the Senate floor. Senator Bradley and 4 other senators stopped it. So that's a good thing. Okay. Item C1, corrected meeting minutes of the October 5th meeting. Any changes to the corrected changes? Alderman Mayor made the motion, Barbara seconded. All those.
No, I wanted to speak, I just.
I didn't know, you didn't do anything to indicate what you. Everybody's got their button. Okay, go ahead, Alderman Will.
To G15, where it says the vote was unanimous. I was not present at the meeting, so it should either say one not present or reflect the 501 or unanimous of those present. I don't care which, but it should not reflect the 100% unanimous because I wasn't there to vote on it.
Madam Clerk.
If you look at all the other motions, we've never done that. It's, you are not present in the beginning of the minutes, so every motion thereafter means you are not present.
I understand that that's typically done. However, I am asking for the change because this is an item I do not support. And I wasn't here when it happened, and I would like to say unanimous of those present, if you will not recognize that I wasn't in the motion. Because a lot of times, people will take just the section and put it in a council packet. And so I would like to say, the maker of the motion, I would like you to please say unanimous of those present.
Who's the maker of the motion?
Mayor.
Alderman Mayor.
Yeah, that's fine with me. The biggest thing.
The second, is there the approval of the second?
G16 was totally incorrect, so I'm not exactly sure what the Alderwoman is referring to, but I'm fine with that.
Okay. The second was Alderman Nelson? You're okay with that? With the correction, I can tell this is going to be a long meeting if we're going to talk about everything like this. All those in favor of that motion to approve the amended minutes, amended again, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Second item is approval of the regular meeting minutes of February 15th. Are there any additions or corrections? And I really hesitate to ask.
Move to approve.
Second. Barber and Holfer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We move on now to public hearing on a proposed ordinance to amend the comprehensive master plan for land use. Tax keys on the sheet. It's generally located east side of 112th Street, east of Ryan Meadows subdivision. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk will read the notice. Okay, now you are. Hold. It's okay. I know you were here for that. Thank you. Yep, procedure, right? What?
Are we in?
Go ahead.
A public hearing will be held on Tuesday, March 1st, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. in the Franklin City Hall Common Council Chambers for the proposed applicant of Stephen R. Mills, President of Bear Development LLC, Agnostic Investment Company LLC, property owner for the subject property generally located on the east side of South 112th Street, east of the Ryan Meadows subdivision and west of the Franklin Savannah Natural Area, totaling approximately 35 acres. to amend the future land use map designation for the area consisting of one property designated as recreational use covering approximately 35 acres from recreational use and areas of natural resource features use to residential use. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the requirements of Wisconsin statutes, section 66.10014D. Public is invited to attend the public hearing and to provide input. A map showing the property affected, full legal description, the application, and all supporting materials are available for review and may be obtained from the city by way of the request to the Department of City Development during normal business hours. The proposed ordinance to amend the City of Franklin 2025 Comprehensive Master Plan is available and open for inspection by the public in the office of the city clerk at Franklin City Hall during normal business hours.
Appears we have properly noticed public hearing. At this point, we'll ask the planning manager to give us a brief summary of what the action is, and then the applicant is here and he can give us 2 seconds on what's going on. Mr. Reddy.
The Plan Commission in the February 3rd, 2022 meeting voted to forward an action resolution recommending approval of an ordinance to amend the City of Franklin 2025 Comprehensive Master Plan to change the future land use map for property bearing the tax key as stated from recreational use and areas of natural resource features to residential use for the purpose of developing a residential subdivision. The subsequent rezoning application is also on your agenda for this evening. The resolution 2022-002 from the Plan Commission is included in your packet.
And I direct common council and those who have packets to page 42 is the layout of the design. Mr. Shop, do you want to give us 2 minutes on the proposal?
Dan Shop, 4011 80th Street, Kenosha, Wisconsin. Here on behalf of Bear Development. We are the contract purchasers for 75 acres on 112th Street. Property that's under hearing tonight is for only 34 of that acres, or I'm sorry, for 34 acres. We're here tonight asking for a comprehensive plan amendment to allow residential use and a zoning amendment. The site under question is shown as recreational on the comprehensive plan. However, there isn't, the same site has not been identified by the City of Franklin for parkland acquisition.
Okay. With that, we have a properly noticed public hearing, a description of the project, and a presentation by the applicant. So I will now open the public hearing in this matter. Anyone wishing to speak? Mr. Costa. Again, give us your name and address for the record, and 3 minutes.
Understood. My name is Steve Cust. I'm on 8514 South 116th Street. I'm here to talk to you guys about the property on 112th Street. I want to tell you guys that parks are hidden gems. This was slated to be a park back in the 90s. You know, it's been in the works for a long time. There's a subdivision directly across the street. I can't imagine how great those new residents are going to enjoy, or how much they'll enjoy having a park right across the street there. I think it's important that we have a good balance in Franklin. There are no parks on that side of the town. A wise man once said to me, if you bring me a problem, bring me a solution. I did some research. Franklin has no dog park. And this is just something I wanted you guys to think about. This could be our opportunity to put us on the map. There's enough property there. We need more playgrounds. This is enough space. We could have a dog park. The Parks Commission has suggested that we purchase that land for a park, and I support them, and I'd like to see that done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wanting to speak on the 112th Street rezoning? Anyone else? Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Michael Ignashik, 3132 Ravine Way, Green Bay, Wisconsin. I'm here on behalf of the owner, Ignashik Investment. Okay. People have talked about that being a parkland. That is private property. It has been on the plan for 1990s to be parkland or be recreational land is actually technically correct. Parks last year said they are not interested in this property. Parks has requested Common Council be able to buy property in Southwest Wisconsin and enter into those negotiations. Common Council turned them down just recently. Okay, so there's no interest in that property from the city of Franklin. It's a piece of private property. It is not parkland, and no one here has spoken to the city that they should buy that property. I'm seeing some head shaking up front. It was put in front of the city council November 2nd, 2021 to buy property. Purchase property, period. Not any specific property. So those are the facts of it. So please release this from being held since the city has no interest in it and no one here has come up with the funds to buy this property. We would like to sell the property. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ignacio. Anyone else wishing to speak on this matter? Yes, sir. Good evening again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, Howard April.
Howard, I want to remind you, you already had your 3 minutes, so.
I'll be very brief. So, bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, as Mark Twain said, invest in land because they're not making it anymore. And I understand this is private property. However, all the evidence shows, all the economic models show, green space adds to quality of life. Green space adds to the value of homes. Remember, what do we want Franklin to look like 5, 10, 20 years from now? While I'm not anti-growth, I'm not anti-development, what I am for is deliberate growth and planned development. So what I respectfully request of you, ladies and gentlemen, you, Mr. Mayor, ask them to come back with a plan as to what this community is going to look like. Cautionary tale. In St. Francis, they developed some prime green space, and they said it's going to be the greatest economic development you've ever seen. And quite frankly, it is the most baffling, mediocre development I have ever seen. So please, please have them come up with a plan, and so the citizens and the stakeholders in the community can have a say as to what they want Franklin to look like now and going into the future. So I'm not saying no, I simply request that you hit pause on this until they come back with a plan and greater details. Thank you.
There's some conversations going on in the room that are a bit distracting, so let's try to refrain. Yes, ma'am. Good evening again.
Me again, after 30 years of living here and not saying anything ever. It's Robin Perriard, 4750 West Forest Hill Avenue. And like I said earlier, some of this is news to me. I agree. We need the green areas. We need the environment ambience that I've lived in Franklin and enjoyed all these years. Lately, I see a lot of construction, and I'm a progressive in some ways. But the conservative nature of Franklin is what's kept us here all these years, and our taxes are not cheap. And once upon a time, they built a subdivision not too far from the high school where I live. And so I called and I asked the city, well, will our taxes go down? And they made it explain to me. The woman I talked to on the phone said to me, oh, no, Mrs. Perriard, that's not true. When we develop and we put buildings and new homesteads in, your taxes go up. And I said, well, what are you talking about? And she said, because every time you build something and every time you invite all these new families in, we have to educate those children, and every one of those heads has to be taken care of. And that costs money. And that means, no, your taxes aren't going to go down with this new subdivision. They're going up. And that's what I hear. Besides the conservation issues, the tax dollars in the economy we live in Franklin. And at some point, we're going to price ourselves right out of this market, right out of the market of our target people, which is old-fashioned family values. That's what I have to say about that. When you drive around Franklin, you can see it. I've been here for years. The deers never flew across the street the way that we find them now, and that's because everywhere you look, they're taking the trees down. They're clearing land. There's development after development, and it's just, frankly, too much for Franklin. We can't say quality of life when every other block is a building, a structure. We have to have a balance, a harmony. That's what we want in a small town. My fear is we're growing at such a pace when I hear these comments being made that we're growing ourselves right into a problem of not having a small town atmosphere, of having a congested, way too much structure atmosphere. And frankly, unless the people that were at the city that day told me incorrectly, I believed what that woman told me that day, that every child, every kid has to be educated that comes into those apartment buildings. And I suspect that apartment building dwellers have, quite a few children and they live in apartments. There's nothing wrong with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Former Mayor Taylor, good evening. Good to see you.
Hi, Thomas Michael Taylor, 7014 Elroy Court, Franklin, Wisconsin. Kind of slowly these days, I was kind of hoping to get here for the first issue, but the second one's as important, the one that we're talking about right now. Many of you know that I used to be vice president of Milwaukee District Council 48, AFSCME, and in that capacity, I represented all the parks employees, zoo, airport, et cetera, et cetera. One of the proudest things that I got to do was to protect the Milwaukee County Park System. And I also got to enjoy the wisdom that came from then the county board when they set aside land for future parks, such as Bender Park. At the time Bender Park was established, nobody knew what that was. Now it is one of the gems, not only of Milwaukee County, but of the state of Wisconsin and of the nation. You have a gem in the Savannah that you were speaking about that has come before this council. It has always been, as far back as when I was an alderman, something that was to be put aside and to be cherished and not to be fooled with. Just like in Bender Park, the elected officials at that time had the wisdom to set that land aside. They did not allow developers to come in. And now, just like the Savannah, I'm asking you to do the same here. Do everything you possibly can to preserve the parkland and the trees and the nature of Franklin as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Good to see you. Mr. Benning.
Hi. Tom Benning, 11720 West Ryan Road. This issue also hits pretty close to home. It's pretty close to where I live, really close. And I would just like to know is, with all this development out there through Bear, every time they want to do something, it's rezone this, rezone that, do this. Are they capable of doing anything within the guidelines? And then it's further proof they could care less, and I'm sorry if I'm being blunt, but they could care less what they leave behind. It's like they just want to make their money and head out of town, because who in their right mind would give up a future parkland? And furthermore, the city, if given the chance to buy that and preserve it, damn well should, because when it's gone, it's gone. And that's what these people are trying to say. And I live close to it, and I agree with them. You can't replace it. And after it's gone, Bear, they'll be long gone. They could care less. So I would urge you to consider that. I mean, these people that just spoke before me, they're absolutely right. You're going to corner yourself to where you have nothing left. You have what I've lived in Franklin literally since birth. And I treasure every time I go over by my parents' house where I grew up on 60th. I mean, we still have a big chunk of land there, but you have the woods, the wildlife, all that. And to imagine that gone, I mean, that's literally heartbreaking. So please consider preserving this little piece so we have something in that corner of the city.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, Common Council, I would like to,
Address, please.
Kelly Hirsch, 7867 South 83rd Street. I would just like to address everybody and state that it is important that we protect our natural resources, protect our parkland. Do not sell it off for pennies on the dollar to Bear Development or any other developer that is in bed with Mayor Olson at the expense of the taxpayers. Something I wasn't able to say, and it is applicable to now, is it's time to take a very close look at the machinations behind a car wreck like this. This is all, no, please do not interrupt me.
Public
I am
hearing is
speaking,
only for the matter announced. You cannot.
I am speaking to the matter announced. I am.
Okay,
Thank you. It's very applicable. Can I have my time back, please?
keep going.
It's time to take a very close look at the machinations behind a car wreck like this, what you're doing to our city, how you are trying to change comprehensive plans, sell our city out to developers to make them rich and your taxpayers poor, your residents poor. It's time to take a look at this. It's time to clean house. It's time to vote you and anybody who supports you out of position. It is time for the residents of Franklin to take a stand, to take our power back, and to vote you out, because that is our right. Anybody who stands behind you is standing for Bear Development, making a buck on our backs, and that is not right. You have done so many egregious things. It's disgusting, and I can't even believe that you have the audacity and the arrogance to stand here and sit here and to hold this position. You are an absolute embarrassment to the city of Franklin. Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Jedniak.
Mr. Olson, how you doing again? All right, Mayor Olson, sorry. Jerome Jedniak, 8072 South 66 Court. I ran out of time last time, and I usually talk really fast. So I'll try to get all my points through. Back to SimCity and putting a slaughterhouse next to residential. Let's say you had to.
About a residential proposal on 112th Street.
Sure. Can we not put a slaughterhouse next to it? And, with this proposal, with Bear, the current proposal, like if you had to build a slaughterhouse, can you at least make sure the residential homes are not downwind? But you can't even do that. You couldn't even do that. Like just basic city planning function. If you're going to put a slaughterhouse in, you're going to make sure that the homes aren't downwind from it. But you couldn't even do that. Anyway, other thing I wanted to say is about, I didn't have time to finish with the economic analysis that Ms. Sherry Henneman did.
Mr. Jedniak, this is about the 112th Street proposal and rezoning, not about an economic study, not about the way you can twist things to get in another comment about Strauss, about the 112th Street rezoning.
I would just say that if we do an economic study on the 112th development study, and we say that, for example, it's going to create jobs in Franklin, and create $174 or $175 million worth of value.
You may think you're clever, but you're really not.
I'm really not. No, I'm an idiot. But anyway, I just wanted to point out the fact that her study.
Say, officer, please ask the man to sit down. But I don't want to do that. I want you to address the 112th Street rezoning.
I would have to
address the
112th
Street rezoning.
Plain and simple, I think we've already given Bear Development enough leeway in our city. I don't think that we need to bend over backwards and make any other promises to them or any acquiescence to them until we actually figure out what we're going to do with the debacle that we already created with the other property. Can we at least do that? Can we not walk into another disaster with a company that led us down to building a slaughterhouse next to residential?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Yes, sir, Mr. Kennedy.
Robert Hoffman, 8321 West Coventry Drive. Thanks for the opportunity again. I see a lot of people are angry here tonight, and when I read, that we're, changing the long-term plan and moving these sacred lands that we preserved for park and recreation and just green space into more development, I didn't really become mad. I'm getting really sad because, Franklin really, my wife and I lived here since the 90s. It represent a great balance of, farmland. I live next to farmland and I love it. And residential, a great balance. So I would ask that in the planning process, that we do kind of like look at a Sim City type of thing. Because in my mind, if we give up existing parkland that's earmarked, that we should then go and get other land to make up for it. In other words, what percentage of the total land in Franklin is going to be green space and what percentage is going to be industrial, commercial, and what percentage is going to be residential. So we have a balance, because I don't know, are we way out of balance here? Is all our green space disappearing? I don't know. Shouldn't we agree on a balance, a percentage of land? And if we say, well, this parcel is now going to be sold to Bear, then what other parcel of land can we acquire to make sure that we're in balance with our green space and all the others? I think we need to protect that sacred space. It's going to be the most valuable thing there is in the city in the future. So I'm against it. I hope you vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Anybody else? Ms. Davis, good evening.
Good evening, Debbie Davis, 9460 South 96th Street. Again, a candidate for Aldermanic District 1. So I agree, the current previous speaker talking about a balance, but we can't trade off this property for another park property. Like Mr. Taylor was saying, we have this jewel, the Franklin Savannah, and it's been the plan for a long time. This wasn't a random plan. It was a very intentional plan that we put a city park next to the county preserve, and that would give residents an opportunity for recreation and access to the county park, and also protects the county park. And I also understand, although dog park is kind of a good idea, that there was this, the intention was to have this very large space because we are growing and we've outgrown Legend Park, and we need a place for our civic celebrations where we can all fit. So there are many reasons why this is a great place for a city park. And it's not a great place for residents. So I know, Mr. Merrill, you said at the last Plan Commission where we talked about this that you addressed some of our concerns previously, but I just don't feel like they were quite addressed. So when people were concerned about being close to an industrial area, you mentioned the berm that was being built, but that won't impact the air quality from the dump. It won't impact the potential water problems from the landfill or the auto salvage yard. And you mentioned the trail, which is a great idea, but that's not going to help the traffic issues on the intersection of Loomis and Ryan. It won't help the pedestrians who live between the trailheads when they try and walk their dogs. And I believe you mentioned that the landfill was going to be capped in 10 years. And no, somebody said that. I talked to the chair of that particular commission who told me that landfill will not only be there for 40 to 60 years, but it's going to expand all the way to Oakwood. So it'll be a half a mile from this residential area. So I'm also wish Bear would take the example of Strauss and say, whoa, residents don't like this. And there is plenty, I just took a little look on Zillow, and there's plenty of undeveloped residential and mixed-use zoned land in Franklin. So there are plenty, this isn't an anti-development stance. There's lots of places in Franklin where we can develop residential and business. This should not be one of them. And it's also nothing against the landowner. I know that land is sellable. I know actually someone personally who contacted them and had conservation interests. So that land is sellable. And also, we would like the city to buy it, but it would sort of be insult to injury if the city ends up buying it from Bear at an kind of a elevated price. Bear's kind of already made a lot of money off us in the Loomis Park business park. So we're hoping that you don't violate our comprehensive plan and that we use a more thorough, inclusive process if our plan is to change, I'd hate for this. Are we already done? Dang. Okay.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? If you're interested in speaking on this matter, please come forward because we got lots to do and lots to talk about. Yes, ma'am. Good
Hi,
evening.
Jamie Rourke, 7971 South Chapel Hill Court, Franklin, Wisconsin. I'm also running for District 2 Alderperson. I believe I have to say that. So to me, this issue isn't really a moot point. The seller wants to sell his land, and I don't know why we have to rezone it in order for him to sell it, because that's really what's happening here. We want to rezone it so Bear buys it and develops it. But ideally, he can still sell it without us rezoning it. So ideally, I really don't think we need to take action on it, because if he wants to sell the land, go ahead and sell it. And then Bear can come to us and we can redevelop at that point and rezone it once maybe our UDO and comprehensive plan is already updated. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Mr. Rivera.
So again, 5536 West Allwood Drive, Marcelino Rivera III, aldermanic candidate for District 5. I just want to finish off where I left off with the last comments. I received this in an email from my alderman last year in regards to comments about planning, and this was his feedback and his thoughts that he shared.
Mr. Rivera, this is, again, electioneering, which
No, it's not. Listen, let me finish before you cut me off, please.
If
You're
I
being
finish
disrespectful.
this,
My,
in a meeting, Mr. Rivera, that's not being disrespectful.
you are being disrespectful
No.
because you're not letting me make my point. I'm talking about something that someone has said that I received from my city official.
Does it relate to the 112?
It does.
zone?
It does.
Then please
Will you
proceed.
let me finish?
Please proceed, but do not electioneer.
Well, do not cut me off, and I will get into my point, which will show that it's not electioneering.
Please continue, but don't electioneer.
I will continue if you don't cut me off. My alderman
Talk about
shared
respect.
information from me about a project. Now, his feedback about planning and planning's thoughts were this: he has gained a deep appreciation for the integrity and competency of our staff, and he deeply respects their input and evaluation. Now, this is the point where it gets to this development, because that is a very true statement that all of you should be on board with. And if you're not, then I don't know why you're going to move this ahead, because this was not recommended by our planning department. So to go against everything that my city official has shared with me in an email about his thoughts of planning, and for anyone to go against that for this development is not right. I'm glad that there's so many people that are here to speak to all of the issues going on. And this is great that we have this much participation in our city matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody else? All right. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Questions from the council to staff or the applicant?
Oh, boy, I don't know where to start on this, but I guess I think that there was a statement made that this council and the park commission aren't interested in this. And I was one of the people that were kind of shocked by that statement, not only tonight, but during the plan commission. Alderwoman Suzanne Mayer sat on the park commission. She tried to get this park pushed forward. Alderman John Nelson, it's in his district, he sat on the park commission when they tried to get this park to go forward. I sat on the park commission when I tried to get this park to go forward. We have had many meetings, which I can't discuss, but there have been actions taken by this council to try to secure this property. And I don't know what the November 2nd meeting was, but we specifically tried to get this property as a council and prove the importance of it to this city. We were told at one point we're going to hire this group called Vanderwall, and they were going to tell us how to do this because, you know, we couldn't figure out somehow for ourselves how to go out and do an appraisal and make an offer on a property. I'm thinking, well, I can do that. I've done that. You know, let me help. No, we got to hire this consultant. We spent all this money on this consultant, and nothing really ever happened to it. I don't know what that was all about, but we have tried, and there's been many park commission members that I know personally have left the park commission fed up because they could not take the comprehensive outdoor recreation plan and move it forward for the city. One of the most important things about this piece of property that all of you in here should know is this parcel was set aside in our comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, our comprehensive master plan, Sewer Pac's 1991 report 132. Back as far back as City of Franklin 2002 master plan, this has been out here for a park for all of you. As the future, as they say here, is it is envisioned that this special park would serve as the location for the citywide events such as the 4th of July celebration. This park would serve the City of Franklin as the Southwest Park. This Southwest Park, if acquired and developed, would not only serve the regional, the multi-community needs of the City of Franklin for the foreseeable future, but would also serve the community, neighborhood, mini, and special park needs of the southwest portion of the city for at least the next 15 years. And we're taking a master plan that has been here for, I've been here for 22 years and it's been there, and we have tried, and there's like, no, it's like nobody has a vision. Now, our city is planned to grow out to, projected to double its size. 60, can you imagine 60,000 people now all try to fit up here at City Hall for the next civic celebration. I think if all the people in the Franklin knew that we were about ready to get rid of and take a master plan that we've been planning this long, knew what they were going to lose. Because if you've ever been in the Franklin State Park natural area owned by Milwaukee County and saw what a gem that was, and how we have an opportunity to put a park, a local park next to us for the city, we could end up with something similar to Devil's Lake. And we're losing it by one vote tonight because they want to put in a residential subdivision, rezone the property 117 times more dense than the existing permitted density use. 117 times more dense. Is this really what the future of our city is? We can't save some of the best prime natural resources? There was a reason why all those plans picked this site. There's Planning Report 42, critical species habitat areas. This is one of the most rarest habitats, and we have an opportunity to have a beautiful park next to it. And we're with one vote tonight, we're going to give it away. I think that before we do that, somebody better tell me where our alternative city park is going to be. I have not seen a plan. If you can't deny this tonight, which is what should happen for all the residents of the community, you better dang well table it and come up with a separate plan for what we're going to do. So in the I'm very passionate about the city of Franklin. I put a lot of time and effort into this. I worked on the master plan, and I cannot stand to see us rezoning and rezoning and rezoning. This master plan was public info from maybe not everyone sitting here, but a whole lot of you over many years. And this is the list of things that are supposed to go in that park. Proposed facilities and land requirements. 2 to 4 softball diamonds, 2 baseball diamonds, a soccer complex with lighted fields, 4 basketball courts, 4 tennis courts, skateboard, BMX snowmobile trails, pavilion with concession and restrooms, pedestrian trail system, a playfield, and a picnic area. This is what you could have next to a state natural area instead of a residential area. So the proposal tonight is to zone and take away half of that. It's supposed to be one of the largest community park areas for our city. If you total up the land, and I couldn't total up the parking lot and the road that would be access to it, but it comes up to 33 acres without that parking lot. The land that they're going to leave the city is about 40. Can you imagine trying to put all of this stuff in there, cram it in there, try to get your parking lot, try to get your road, and still trying to get your civic center people to be there? There won't be any place for anybody to stand. That is why the master plan has both parcels on it. And I would like to see us put a plan together that has an alternative if we're going to take this away. But I don't know where in the city of Franklin you're going to find a more significant resource than this one. I just don't know where it is. If somebody does, please tell me, because this is one of the rarest habitats and a beautiful creek running through it. And it's going to be a great loss for this city. And I have other points, but I think I'll give the floor to someone else. I guess I will make one more point. We don't know where the location of the trails are going to be. Everyone really enjoys our trail systems. The Milwaukee County Parks Trail, the Oak Leaf Trail. The Milwaukee County has plans for a trail system in here. We're going to lose that too.
Okay, anybody else? Alderman Nelson, we got you. Go ahead.
Light on? Good. Well, just a few quick points to this, not to belabor some of the things that are already, and I do echo the concerns of Alderman Wilhelm. But we've got one big point we're kind of missing here. It was briefly touched on by Mr. Ignashik, is his property. And one of the things that I'd like to see is in this discussion, we've got a portion of 34 plus point whatever acres that's still to be developed for the residential, leaving the other 40 acres, which potentially could turn into parkland or something of that sort. And it's a tough call, but we did come up with this comprehensive master plan for a reason. We've got the outdoor rec plan. Excuse me, I'm kind of losing my voice, but we've got things that we have to cut under direction. And we will jeopardize a big part of our future green space by coming to a hasteful conclusion. I would like to see and not hold, because honest, the bottom line too is if Mr. Ignashik chooses to not sell, nothing happens. There's not going to be anything ever going to be there. It's up to him. He holds the cards. So I guess I'm just like to just make my other board members aware that there are other options, and we're not looking to stall this, but we would like to make sure that we have exhausted our options. That's going to have some possibilities for the future, if not both parcels, but at least the 40-acre parcel. I yield.
Okay, I didn't do this, but I'll do this. We've now moved to item G1 because we have closed the public hearing. So continuing on G1, any other comments from the Alderman Hofer?
I also have some concerns. I understand the value of the property. Going back all of the years that it's been identified and not advanced, it's been through multiple councils, multiple mayors, is that correct? And yet it hasn't been able to be advanced. I don't know why. I don't know if it's ever come up for a vote to actually purchase the land. There's the issue not just of the property owner, but his right to sell it for the highest market rate that he can, as opposed to if it's done agricultural. There's also the issue of preservation of agricultural land. So I really have a lot of questions yet at this particular point in time. And I, for one, would not be opposed to tabling this for a relatively short period of time until we can maybe come up with some alternates and some additional questions that Didn't come up in my mind until just recently. If there's no more discussion, I would make that motion, yes, that we table it for 60 days.
Okay, Alderwoman Hanneman has a comment and we'll let it go. Go ahead.
Thank you.
But I will announce moved and seconded.
Moved and seconded. At this stage of the game, I would support that. And primarily because the Parks, I'm the current representative to the Parks Commission. And having gone through the Parkland acquisition study last year, which was endorsed by the Plan Commission, adopted by the Common Council, I believe that the Parks Commission did recommend pursuing the properties. At that point in time, nothing was moved forward, and it came back on the agenda again for our February Parks Commission meeting a week or so ago, with the initial intention of reinforcing with emphasis the desire to acquire that property for parkland, or at the very least 40 acres. There was no action at the Parks Commission at that point in time. It was tabled through to our March meeting because some of the commission members had questions concerning available park impact fee money and the budget, and wanted some updates prior to making more concrete recommendations. So on that, I'll go ahead and support.
On the motion, Alderman Mayor.
Belabor what's been said, I agree with Alderwoman Wilhelm, Alderman Nelson. To an extent, I agree with Alderman Hoffer as well, but I think tabling this is just prolonging it. I think we should reject it now and move on, try to find a way for the city to purchase this property. I understand the owner wants to sell it. That's his right. The city needs to find a way to do that. This is our only chance at this. Once it's gone, it's gone. Maybe they'll put up a slaughterhouse or something there next year. I don't know. Once it's gone, it's gone. We need to deny this and move on for the city to buy it.
That's enough. You know, the people that are back there that are continually doing this can be removed. So just knock it off. It's not that, you know, it's okay. Just don't disrupt us. We got a motion on the floor. Everybody wants to talk about it. They should have talked about it before. Alderman Barber.
I'm lit up. Okay. I too would move to table at this point because I think there could be some actions done with the Park Commission to show where there is compensatory park space that is going to be available or should be designated. Not sure what that would look like, but I'd like the Parks Commission to come back and deal with that and show us that there is parkland available for future development, that this is something that we could spare. I see a lot of green space in Franklin. I think we should designate land as well for it and the future growth. Some people mentioned Bender Park, things like that, but I think we can work that out. And I think our Park Commission and others can do that and to the satisfaction of everybody. So I would support the table.
There's a motion to table. Do we really want to discuss this some more? On the motion. Alderman Wilhelm.
Along with the motion to table, we need an action plan. Tabling isn't going to get us there. I would like to know, Mayor, if we have looked into matching dollars for green stewardship grants or green seams programs. Or if we could, because we're talking about buying a piece of property now. This is what happens every time we get to this point. Everybody gets stumped on how to buy a piece of property. So we need that information. We need someone who's actually who wants to work on this, not someone who's going to be directed not to make it happen. So I would like to see some people that are really passionate about this to work on this and not just be left to.
Okay, jeez. The comment that was made by the alderman was absolutely disrespectful. So let me just answer the alderwoman's original question. Certainly, we should add a direction to who's going to be responsible for it. So I would suggest the motion to refer it back to Parks Commission. And you know that the Parks Commission staff is very adamant about park space. So the other answer to your question is, I don't believe we've looked into green seams money, but I got to tell you, this is about the 15th time around with this piece of parcel. And most of you have forgotten the closed session conversation that went on for about 2 hours about park and this particular parcel. So the motion to table, the maker, will the maker add the referral back to Parks Commission and planning staff for alternatives?
Yes, I would.
And it's 60 days, that's what, May 3rd? To the council meeting on May 3rd. Who is the second?
I do.
All right. Anybody else want to talk about it? Okay, seeing no one else, let's, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Similarly, G2, same motion applies? Well, actually, it's just a table for 60 days, right? Made by Nelson, seconded by Barber to table to the May 3rd meeting. Although there with no referral to staff. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Move on to G3, which is a resolution imposing conditions and restrictions for Strauss brands. Mr. Eddy, you've got a presentation. Kind of. Brief. No. I don't know what drop means. You want to answer it? Mr. City Attorney.
Proceeding pursuant to a court order with regard to the standard city process for special use applications. The applicant has not officially withdrawn the application. So the matter is proceeding pursuant to the municipal code, the Unified Development Ordinance, and the Wisconsin statutes. And the suggested motion would be to deny, and a denial would have to be pursuant to the Unified Development Ordinance standards on the basis of substantial evidence for the reasons for a denial.
Is there no requirement that they have to be present to present their development?
I'm not aware of any.
Well, I made the
Not at-
motion. If it gets a second, it might get voted on. If not, it'll die.
Would you restate your motion?
As the city attorney suggested, the motion would be to deny.
But you need specific standards within the Unified Development Ordinance for a special use based upon substantial evidence.
They're not here. I don't see why we need any more evidence other than they're just not here to go forward.
Want to answer that again, Mr. City Attorney?
Same answer.
Same motion.
I got a second. I'd like discussion though.
I don't know.
Since we typically get assistance from our staff when we want to take direction and we're not really getting any direction on what substantial evidence could be, I would like to assist the maker of the motion that he could simply state the property value report. You could state the lack of public services, since we are only promising to build a fire station and don't have the fire station there yet. There is a pretty substantial drain on our water consumption. Let's see, I was actually prepared to change the resolution more than anything, because I didn't figure that anybody would go this route, but so I've given you a few. You only need one. Moral issues are counted in there. I noticed that was overlooked at the Plan Commission. It was mentioned but not fully discussed, so there's that issue. So any of one of those in the you can take your pick on any one of these items. They have to prove no undue adverse impact, and that includes public health, character of the area, morals, general welfare, substantial diminishing, impairing the property values, or within the community neighborhood. You can use the adequate public facilities, point 4. So you can say that they did not meet 15-3.0701, item 2, item 4, item.
Okay, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Okay, I move to deny based on the fact that they did not meet section 15-30701, points 2, 4, and 5.
Okay.
And as a second to the motion, I would like to add that it also, for considerations, does not include a proof of public benefit that will contribute to the general welfare of the neighborhood, that there has been no proof of alternate locations. They have not proved behind the reasonable doubt that they will have no adverse impacts as to odor and noise.
Maker of the motion agrees to those. I suspect we will have more discussion.
And Alderman Wilhelm, you were a second.
I did.
Okay, Alderman Barber first, sorry, John, and then Alderman Nelson.
It's my understanding that this is a result of a court action saying that we should proceed to do this. I don't see how anything has changed to change that ruling. This is more a result of the lawsuit that has been put against the city. And the judge has said we must proceed with this process. So I'm not in favor of altering the process that we have to do based upon the ruling of the judge, which is coming forth from an action that has been against the city and the Strauss.
Well, I don't have my motion that when I initially made the motion to deny, and I was educated by our city attorney that I had to have reasons. So I did the cut and paste from our UDO and read that, and that apparently was sufficient. So if there's a possibility that could go back on the record or being drawn into what was needed to make that motion to deny, I look to you, Mr. City Attorney, for some guidance on that. I yield.
Attorney.
With regard to that particular motion, whether it was October 2020 or November 2nd, probably October 2020, the specific standards that you believed were not complied with in the Unified Development Ordinance section, the number of which was cited by Alderwoman Wilhelm and Alderman Mayer, were essentially read into the record, and the city did receive from the attorneys for Strauss Company a complaint saying it does not meet the substantial evidence terms under the statute because simply the standards alone are insufficient, needs to be supported by substantial evidence, which means facts and information. So that's why I suggested that any motion to deny include substantial evidence reasons under the applicable standards for special uses in the Unified Development Ordinance.
All of a sudden, everybody turns their buttons off. Alderwoman Hanneman.
Am I on? Good, okay. I would like a little bit more information and clarification from the city attorney on this, because it does seem among this council, there are differing points of view on what substantial evidence, facts, and information do mean, either for or against the development. So it could be argued either way. So I am wondering, then, from a procedural issue, rather than a motion to deny, would it not be more appropriate to table indefinitely? Which effectively kills the issue without needing the substantial evidence of facts and information.
Mr. Senator.
Well, your intent by stating kills it makes it akin to a motion to deny as opposed to just tabling. I would prefer, with regard to any weighing of the substantial evidence, whether it's the facts, sufficient facts and information, I would defer to the planning manager, who has gone into great detail and works with these standards on all the applications therefore, and see what his opinion would be.
Okay, Mr. Planning.
Thanks. I start from the basis of what the state statute defines as substantial evidence, facts and information, other than merely personal preferences or speculation, directly pertaining to the requirements and conditions an applicant must meet to obtain a conditional use permit, and that reasonable persons would accept in support of a conclusion. I guess that's where the squishy language comes into it. What does a reasonable person think, and is there a definition for reasonable? There's a specific criterion in the state statute that says if an applicant for a conditional use permit meets or agrees to meet all of the requirements and conditions specified in a city ordinance. The general standards as they apply to every single special use. And I think I made this point at the Plan Commission. They apply to the hair salon in the M1 district. They apply to residential uses in R8 district. They apply to all of them. The considerations likewise apply to every single one of them. The standards initially started in 1968, 49 years before the state decided that it should step in and decide how these things should be defined. I don't know the context of why the state decided. The state legislature decided to create an act which became Act 67. I suspect part of the reason was somebody was aggrieved of a local decision and went to their state legislator and said, these people are acting recklessly without any sort of proof. Well, anyway, it doesn't really matter anymore, I guess. The point is that the state, in doing so, severely restricted local jurisdictions from being able to simply say no just because they didn't like something. I don't know why a meatpacking plant is a special use in an M1 district. I don't know why. That's probably a question for the council that created that table of permitted uses in 1990, whatever, 7. I don't know why it's allowed in that district. I don't know why it couldn't simply be in the M2 district only. But you have a development out here, which council, in their infinite wisdom, decided to approve. You approved the rezonings. When you approved the rezoning of the property, that was the point of discretion you had under Act 67. At that point, the restrictions and the discretion shrink incredibly quickly. I pointed this out at the Plan Commission. Any use that's considered a permitted use, which is to say doesn't require a public hearing, there is no discretion at all. It's whatever they can do to meet the standards of the M1 district and the associated standards of the ordinance, which includes things like parking standards, which includes the bulk and dimensional requirements of the M1, which includes landscaping and screening standards, to driveway entrance standards, outdoor lighting, natural resource protection standards, hazard abatement performance standards, which themselves are a bit qualitative rather than quantitative. So when the state refers to substantial evidence, I tend to refer to the notion of what are they doing that is specifically runs against the requirements of the M1 district or the other specific standards of the UDO, not just simply qualitative standards for evaluation, because qualitative standards for evaluation don't really count for anything in a court of law. And they're sort of up to whether or not the judge agrees with the local jurisdiction that this was in violation. Part of the reason why we didn't include studies was because there was no specific criteria anywhere in the ordinance that would have given us any guidance as to what to ask for. Now, the Plan Commission could have done that, I suppose. Council could have done that, I suppose. You could have simply said, well, we want to see X, Y, and Z. Nowhere along the line was that ever done the first time around. The second time around seems like rather, you beat a dead horse and you bring it back to life so you can beat it again. I don't have a particular recommendation. If you want to vote for it, I guess you could do it on the basis of the general standards. I wouldn't want to be the attorney trying to defend that decision, although the way Strauss is operating and what they've said in their statements, I don't know that we'd ever get challenged on it by the applicant, because the applicant is the only one who would have any jurisdiction to challenge a denial. But it really sets a pretty amazing precedent for the city itself for how it wants to operate with these uses. So it would be helpful if you practiced a little bit of caution, because there may come a time when you try to do the same thing with somebody else and they punch you back. Because unless I'm wrong, I mean, I very well could be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. Unless I'm wrong, a legal case could be made that whatever you choose to do based on generalized standards, which are qualitative, won't count for much when a court turns around and says you were wrong, because they've done it to other communities before, specifically under Act 67 jurisdiction. So I don't have any specific recommendations for you on what specific standards they violate, because to my understanding, they comply with 62.23 parents 7 parents DE 2A. So I don't know. I can't tell you anything.
Okay, before we keep going on this, I asked the council to take a look at page 150 in your packet. 150, please. And take into account what the planning manager just said and what the city attorney just said. And, okay, Alderman Mayor, pushed his button. Alderman Wilhelm did not. So you're next. Okay, you guys, I'll let Alderman Wilhelm, but let's, and then Alderman Mayor.
Well, am I on? Okay.
Yep.
This is an extremely important matter, and I think if it takes us a little time to get through it, it's going to be well worth it. So I wouldn't try to cut us all short. There's been a lot of people here that have spent their time, and I think we need to give them our time. I did read up a lot about the Act 67, and I'm hearing some things that don't quite read with all the different law documents that I pulled off, so I wanted to read this to you. The Wisconsin Supreme Court's May 2017 decision in All Energy Corporation versus Trimble County in 2007 provides important context for the understanding of the conditional use requirements insert with Act 67. The All Energy case involved the denial of a conditional use permit for the purpose of frac sand mine in Trumpeneau County, and I don't know if I'm saying that right, but the county voted to adopt 37 conditions for the mine, which All Energy agreed to meet. But then the county voted to deny the conditional use permit, in part relying on public testimony in opposition to the mine. The court upheld the county's denial of the conditional use permit, acknowledging the discretionary authority of the local government in reviewing proposed conditional uses. Act 67 includes the following definition of substantial evidence, a term used in several places in the Act. Substantial evidence means facts and information other than merely personal preferences and speculation directly pertain to the requirements and conditions an applicant must meet to obtain conditional use permits, and that reasonable persons would accept in support of a conclusion. I think we had a lot of reasonable people out here that would say that their opinions matter. This language softens the language of the earlier versions of the bill that stated substantial evidence did not include public comment that is based solely on personal opinion, hearsay, or speculation. Public comment that provides reasonable facts and information related to conditions of the permit is accepted under Act 67 as evidence. So if we have that language, we could use what the citizens provided to us as a document that shows that there is adverse impact to the retail values, and that alone could stand. Now, we also had several people here, Franklin residents in the past, on the Jainism. Now, how we ever feel about that, vegan or not, I don't really care, but it is an allowable issue under this item as well. Also, public services. We all know there's no police and fire station out there. We all know that there's this ammonium hydrate that seems to be a concern. But whether you believe that's a concern or not, we all know we're about ready to put in a fire station closer to that area, but we don't have it yet. So that is a substantial reason that we are not prepared to have this type of facility until we get that in place. In 2 years, maybe it'll be there, but right now, the public is being burdened with a public need. So those are pretty strong reasons, and public opinion, I think, goes along from what I read on this.
Mr. Mayor, you directed us to page 150. Would somebody please read that into the record, that letter verbatim? I will if you want me to. Okay, this is supposedly from Strauss. I'm not sure if it is official. There's no date. There's, I guess, some kind of a signature here, and maybe Strauss letterhead. And it reads, "We appreciate the continued support of the mayor and members of City Council. We are very proud of our expansion proposal. However, we have heard the voices of our fellow Franklin community residents. Strauss is currently evaluating alternative paths to expand our production capacity. As part of these efforts, we are exploring a sale of the land on Loomis Road that was originally purchased to construct the Greenfield facility. In doing so, we ask that the city give us time and work with us to find the right occupant for that land. Somebody please tell me what in the heck they mean by the Greenfield facility. That's part of the reason I want to deny this. They don't have the common decency to show up here. They put Greenfield, unless that means some code name for where they're putting it, or maybe the designer's name.
Small g. This one is improper.
let's-
It's small g.
Can
So
I,
as in Greenfield, like no contaminants?
So again, as in no what, still, they don't have the common decency to show up here. They don't have the common decency to really give us a formal letter. They don't really have the common decency to either tell us they are out of it, they are in it. We table it, we'll be back here. We table it indefinitely. Tabling it indefinitely means it can come back at some point. We should vote to deny it now and let it go.
With regard to common decency claims of an applicant, I don't believe those fit within the standards to be considered by the council on its decision here. So
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, if that didn't go on the tape, Alderman Mayor has withdrawn his motion. Alderman Barber.
did the second agree to? All right. So it's not withdrawn.
need to have her.
Since I made
Hold on. Okay, now talk.
Okay, since I made the motion, I still have the floor. I guess it seems to me like if we were to move toward, and this is just speculation, and I know the mayor's not going to be happy with my statement, but I wish he'd let me finish it, so I'm going to start off with that. It seems like if we had an approval, we'd be able to find the reasons for an approval. But now that we're trying to do a denial, the council members are stuck up here to try to meet the law. So I've done the best that I could with the documents that I put together. I mean, I spent reading this in addition to the thousands of other documents that were online that I didn't print off. One item I did print off though, which was the police report. This is what happened when I printed it off. It burned up my entire ink cartridge. I don't know what kind of code was in there. It was marked as some confidential document. I didn't have a problem printing anything off but that police report. And this police report was something I wanted to also reference because there were a lot of calls at their current plant. And that plays into what's going to happen when you take a less than an acre plant. This one, phase one, is 152,000 square feet. Their current one is less than 43,000 because an acre is 43,000 square feet. Their phase two can get up to 7 acres. So we're talking about a 7-acre facility with no limit on it. I want to make sure everybody in the community understands this because this is no little facility we're talking about. And there's also been no limit put on how many cattle they can slaughter. So the original special use does have a limit. The resolution that's proposed mentions a limit but doesn't set a limit. So I think, you know, we can vote on the motion for denial based on those facts. I would like the city attorney to give an opinion on if he believes the approval, the decision to deny the permits supports the substantial evidence. And if he tells me it doesn't support the substantial evidence, then I will withdraw my motion.
There's, well, the motion stands because second. Oh, is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
All right.
Bottom line, must be based on substantial evidence. Substantial evidence means facts and information. So I'll read this slowly and consider what Alderwoman Wilhelm stated as facts for the relevant standards for a special use. Means facts and information other than merely personal preferences or speculation, directly pertaining to the requirements and conditions an applicant must meet to obtain a conditional use permit, and that reasonable persons would accept in support of a conclusion. So decision makers were the facts stated by Alderwoman Wilhelm, facts pertaining to the standards that reasonable persons would accept. That's for your deliberation on the motion.
Alderman Barber.
There has been discussion brought forth through the attorney about this being a moat or moat consideration. Moot. I like moat better, but
Tomato.
is that in fact a suggested legal opinion, or is there actually no cause at this point?
If the city was in possession of a we hereby withdraw, which was filed with the city, the thought would be mootness of the subject matter would be present and refer to the court in that regard. Subject is moot, does not proceed anymore, but the city's not in possession of that, of a withdrawal.
And is it your legal opinion that or what is your legal opinion based upon the fact that Alderman Wilhelm presented some court cases that were relative to the 67?
That's the reason for the existence of Act 67, which amended Section 6223, sub 7 of the statutes, creating conditional use permits under subsection DE. And most would say the legislature by Act 67 was in favor of developers, including provisions where, well, if the applicant for a conditional use permit agrees to meet all the requirements specified in the city ordinance, etc., the city shall grant the conditional use permit. Any condition imposed must be related to the purpose of the ordinance and be based on substantial evidence. So that's where it arose from, and that was exactly on point. It went the other direction from the all energy case.
Nobody pushed their buttons. First guy to push.
Question regarding the other potential motion before I can weigh in on your motion to deny. So it was suggested that perhaps it be tabled indefinitely. If that were the case, is there an existing mechanism or timeline that at some point in time, the whole thing would die a natural cause? That would be specifically my question, the special use.
Of course, it went away with the judge's order.
Well, obviously, there's an existing time limitation on the existing special use approval, which is under certiorari review right now, and I dare say that any table indefinitely will forthwith result in some motion to the court or action by the court.
And would that meet our obligation?
It's in an unusual setting and realm. Table indefinitely does not provide any reason, therefore, which could provide for substantial evidence to be provided in favor of or opposed to the application. Just tables indefinitely. Potential arguments on both or all sides of the coin. Okay, is that an action to deny that wasn't based upon the statutory requirements? Was that an action to avoid the statutory requirements, etc.? Thought would be that if there would be a table perhaps it would either be to await any response from the applicant
Nothing definitive either way.
I have my button pushed. Mine's pushed.
Alderman Hofer still has the floor in discussion.
Oh, I'm done.
Then it will be mayor and then Alderman Nelson.
Thank you. I just want to make a point of clarification. At the planning commission, the hearing, an elderly gentleman said he grew up in Cudahy and it did smell when he grew up there. He said, but now driving through, it doesn't smell because something, to paraphrase his words, we're not dealing with the slaughterhouse that our parents did. Point of fact, Patrick Cudahy has not slaughtered since 1987. The young lady that was here that said it might still smell something, but to me, when you drive through Cudahy on a warm, breezy day now, you smell bacon smoking and bread baking from Angelic Bread Bakehouse. They've come a long way. They're trying to improve their perception, but they have not slaughtered since 1987, 35 years. Patrick Cudahy did approach Cudahy before they came here. Cudahy said, no, go to Franklin. They'll let anybody develop anything. It's called quality, sir. It's not development at all costs. It's not develop anything that goes, any developer that comes in. We used to be despised by developers in Franklin because we had such high standards, but those high standards ensured quality developments. The last few years, anything goes. Anybody wants to come in and develop it. It's called quality, sir, not just development for the sake of development.
Alderman Nelson.
Just briefly for Mr. City Attorney, if we're to a point right now where we were directed back from the court to continue the process, and if we have the process in place and we have a motion and a second, if we act on it, we act on it. I mean, I guess my call is that we've got a motion and a second, we do a roll call vote, and we let it go back to the court as directed.
I guess we seem to be having a confusion on what we're putting in here. So I'm going to try to state as clearly as possible what I believe our denial motion should be based on. So I make the motion to deny.
Wait a minute. We have a motion on the
I
floor.
understand that. I'm trying to clarify all of those points again. Okay, and I'll try to make this as not only clear, but as beefed up as possible. So we can all agree that it might meet the qualifications. Well, shorter may be better, but if I don't include everything, then someone will say, well, we're not sure that meets it. So.
Mr. City Attorney.
Just a thought, if you could cite the code section
That's what I'm-
standard
right.
and then state the facts and information in regard.
Well, that was what I was going to try to do. So my motion was to deny based on section 15-9.0103 applications for special use, item C, where it states a statement in writing by the applicant and adequate evidence showing that the proposed special use will conform to the standards set forth in 15-3.0700. And then I will state which ones will be applicable. Also, under the same 15-9.103, item E, authorization for special uses, that the applicant has not provided any additional conditions or guarantees that they will meet the protection of the public interest. They also have not, under E, shown the burden of proof with regard to the findings to be made to the Common Council that shall be provided by the applicant. Under the special use standards of 15-3.0700 and further going on to 15-3.0701 general standards for a special use, where it says no special use shall be recommended or granted pursuant to this ordinance unless the applicant shall establish the following. Number 2, A2, no undue adverse impact. It does not meet the public health, safety, morals, general welfare, and it does not prove that they do not substantially diminish or impair the property values. Inserting the Cohn-Resnick report provided by the residents of the city of Franklin. Number 4, adequate public facilities. They have not provided for the essential public services, including the public water system, police and fire protection, And that noting that the city of Franklin is just now going to be looking into building a southwest fire and DPW to serve that area. Under C, considerations, number C2, they have not proven that they have looked at alternative locations at some other site that may be more appropriate than the proposed site. Number 3, based on the resolution and the statements that they will have noise from fans and odor that needs to be dissipated, they have not proven that they can take care of all odors and noise with substantial evidence to minimize any adverse effects. And I think that will do it.
And we had a second. You okay?
Up to the decision makers. That's, not all of the standards, et cetera. I inquire whether or not the planning manager has any questions with regard to facts and information provided under those standards.
No.
Else? Madam Clerk.
Alderman Holpfer.
No.
Alderman Mayor.
Now, an aye is to deny. Is that correct? Aye.
Alderwoman Wilhelm.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hanneman.
No.
Alderman Barber.
No.
Alderman Nelson.
Aye.
Well, it's sitting in the middle chair on purpose, taking the wrath from people who don't know. So on page 150, there's a letter from Randy Strauss, because he told me it was his, that says they're looking to sell the land. I have had subsequent conversations with him, and his comment to me is there's 0.0% chance they're going to build. Having said that, there are other circumstances with the court case and other circumstances that require us to pass this and then get the letter from Strauss. So with that, I will vote no, and the motion will fail. Alderman Wilhelm.
Could you share with the council the other circumstances? Because if it's financial, it's not a usable situation on a special use. So I'd like to know.
The council's aware of all the issues surrounding this. They've been in many, many closed sessions. So, with that, is there another motion regarding this matter? Is there another motion? Okay. With that, no action. And we move on to the next item.
Mayor, I have a question.
Alderman Wilhelm.
Aren't we actually required to make a approval or a denial on a special use?
Well, this was, my immediate thought on that, without being an attorney, is this is remanded to us by the judge that said, redo your procedure. Mr. City Attorney.
And the court order did state a decision on remand by the Common Council shall be deemed a separate and distinct final decision for purposes of certiorari review. In part. So I dare say I don't recall any permit process through the decades which resulted in no process on the decision making. Don't know that I've ever seen any requirement therefore or against anywhere. However, thought is that, yes, decision makers should make a decision upon an application, and subject matter is here upon court order on remand, and I just read to you part of the court order with regard to the remand. Order also states the matter is remanded to the City of Franklin Common Council with instructions to allow for a hearing noticed and conducted, et cetera, consistent with the City of Franklin's municipal code, or Franklin's code in Chapter 62 of the Wisconsin statutes. And it speaks to a decision upon remand.
Ask again, is there a motion regarding this matter?
I move to table indefinitely.
Second.
Motion is to table indefinitely, and it's by Alderman Hanneman and seconded by Alderman Barber.
Do I need to restate that?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay, any discussion on that?
Yes.
Alderman Wilhelm.
I guess, is that going to be considered by court a decision to table? That's like taking no action, isn't it?
That's akin to my thoughts earlier on the subject.
Okay, so if we table it, can they come back? Can it, are we, because we're not approving, we're not denying, we're tabling it, and what is the length of tabling on that? What are we looking at again?
Well, procedurally, if it gets tabled, the only people that can bring it back is a member of council by vote of the council.
Oh, that's scary.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Not recommended.
Not recommended.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, is there another motion regarding this matter? Ms. Barber?
Make a motion to move and then vote no, I guess. I don't know what.
You guys are talking in council.
I'm mumbling to myself.
No, you're mumbling to Dan. You should.
No, I'm just
That'll be
like,
subject to a court hearing. Okay. I want a motion, not more discussion.
I do believe that the court order has directed us to move this forward. And although I don't agree with the fact that we have to comply with this, that's the court order, and my motion is to adopt.
The motion is a motion to adopt resolution 2022 imposing, whatever it's going to be, imposing conditions and restrictions for the approval of a special use for a meat processing facility upon a property located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Loomis Road and Monarch Drive, Lot 83 of Ryan Meadows. Mr. City Attorney.
I would suggest that
Hold on. Okay.
I suggest the planning manager present on this subject as was done at the Plan Commission meeting with regard to the standards in the ordinance and staff recommendation.
Mr. Planning Manager.
Okay. So to the extent that we understand it, the motion on
Keith,
the,
I'm sorry, 1 second. Is there a second to that motion? To adopt? Is there a second? Okay, moved in second. Mr. Planning Manager.
a motion to adopt presumes that they're in compliance with all the general standards and that the considerations were taken into account, and then therefore you decided that it was compliant. I would suggest a recommendation on amending a couple of items as per discussion with the city attorney. Page 2, the first paragraph, whereas fourth line indicates the wrong date. It should be the 17th of February, 2022. And then page 4, condition number 13, the signage or signage requirements. That is the Department of City Development responsibility, not the Inspection Services Department.
Mr. City Attorney, then I've got one.
Could the planning manager go through the standards as presented at the Plan Commission meeting? It's the staff report.
Yeah, it's basically the staff report. I'll elucidate a little bit. The standard standard number 1. Standard number 1 is addresses ordinance and comprehensive master plan purposes and intent. This assumes that the adoption of this ordinance or this resolution presumes compliance with the purpose and intent statements of 15-1.0103, along with the standards of 15-1.0104, as well as the district intent for the M1 Limited Industrial District. Regarding standard number 2, or as well as the vision and mission statements of the comprehensive master plan, along with the land use and economic development principles as relates in the comprehensive master plan. Under standard number 2, the presumption is that the applicant has addressed or has met the standard under no undue adverse impact relative to this is not a detriment to adjacent property. It does not endanger adjacent property, does not adversely impact the character of the area, or does not substantially diminish or impair property values within the community or neighborhood. Under standard number 3, no interference with surrounding development. The proposed use and development will be constructed and arranged so as not to dominate the immediate vicinity or interfere with the use and development of neighborhood property in accordance with applicable zoning district regulations, noting that the applicant has provided a site design and site development that complies or is more than substantially compliant with the M1 district in terms of setbacks, in terms of site intensity. And additional requirements were also imposed in order to provide additional buffering at the appearance of the applicant. Standard number 4, adequate public facilities. Staff noted that most of these facility and service providers had no comments regarding the proposed use. Fire department had 2 specific comments, one regarding ammonia use, which were satisfied per the comments from the fire chief, and noting also that the provision of services in the southwest area of the city were concerned more directly related to residential development, which has a much higher service call rate. With the expectation the facility will be designed and built in compliance with the requirements of Wisconsin Building Code and other regulatory requirements for food operations as citing the USDA, the FDA, EPA, state DOA, DNR, and so on. The facility will also be connected to public water and sewer facilities, so no contamination of groundwater is expected as a result of operations interior to the building. Standard number 5, no traffic congestion. Proposed use and development will not cause undue traffic congestion nor draw significant amounts of traffic through residential streets. Adequate measures taken to provide ingress and egress. Traffic routing to the facility is Monarch Drive and Loomis Road, which is a designated truck route. And ingress and egress design requirements were satisfied with the creation of the Ryan Meadows subdivision, which was approved for access to State Trunk Highway 36 under the Ryan Meadows subdivision, which would also anticipate a traffic signal at that location. Standard number 6, no destruction of significant features. The proposed use and development will not result in destruction, loss, or damage of any natural, scenic, or historic feature of significant importance. Noting that the property was formerly an agricultural field that the prior owners sold for development. No structures are located on site. Adjacent woodland area west contains a few small wetlands, 2 of which are located approximate to the property line, which will be protected via perpetual conservation easements, which is the standard practice of the city. Standard number 7, compliance with standards. Staff's evaluation indicated that the proposed use and development comply with the enumerated standards and requirements of the UDO as pertains to the bulk and dimensional requirements of the M1 district, the specific landscaping requirements in UDO Division 15-5.0300, the specific parking requirements as provided in UDO Table 15-5.0203, except as modified by the Plan Commission, the driveway entrance requirements as modified by the Plan Commission, which would reduce the amount of pavement, the outdoor lighting requirements as provided in UDO Division 15-5.0400, natural resource protection standards in UDO 15, Division 15-4.0100, and the hazard abatement performance standards in UDO Division 15-3.1100. Applicant has also agreed to comply with all erosion control, utility, construction, stormwater management related standards included in the UDO and as required by the City of Franklin design standards and construction specifications. Furthermore, the applicant has understood, and it's up to the council to determine that considerations numbers 1 through 4 are actually in effect and were addressed as a result of this consideration by council. And that's all I have.
Okay. Request for the maker of the motion to add a condition 5, and I don't know where this went. I thought it was in the original. Reading as follows, and I've got it written down. So the maximum livestock that may be processed on a 24-hour basis shall be no more than 500. And a second? Okay. It was agreed to by Alderman Barber and Alderman Holfer, Alderman Wilhelm. Hold on. Alderman Mayer was first. Alderman Mayer.
No,
Okay, I thought we'd get to this point, so I came prepared to go through the item. So it says number 12 on page 75. It talks about a special use amendment shall be required for, and I would like to insert the word any future building expansion areas instead of shall be required for the future. Shall be required for any future building. So change the word for to any. And with that change, I would like to have removed from the first paragraph and whereas, because we are talking about 152,035 square feet, that is phase 1 only, so I would like to strike the mention of phase two, so there's no indication in the future that we meant it as phase one and phase two, that this is only for phase one. It's the first whereas, first page of the resolution on the top. It's the fourth line down. It says phase one and phase two. On the middle paragraph, on the whereas on page 74, no, it's the middle paragraph. The SUP conditions are to be met. The last document I could locate was from the ESI. That was dated 4/10/2020, which did not satisfy the concerns. So I'm not really sure how we deal with that, but I guess you've all determined that it does. Let's see, the number. I had, it's on page 74, I had the middle paragraph, the SUP conditions are to be met. It's kind of a mute point about that because I felt it didn't satisfy the concerns that I've heard, so I guess we have to scratch that one because we're not moving toward that option. No, so my next point is also on page 74, point number 1. The special use should not run with the land. The successors and assigns should be removed. Under 15-3.071G3, the SU runs with the land except when otherwise provided in the resolution. So I would like to say that remove these successors and assigns. So another meat processing plant can't step up. We need to close that issue. On on page 75, these two items 8 and 9 conflict. One says they must be clean to federal and state standards for the trucks, to have empty trucks sitting there. And then the next one says no livestock shall be washed or cleaned on premises. These two conflict, but I have no solutions for those. So maybe that's a point of discussion, or you just want to leave it as something that doesn't make sense. And then page 76, number 19. Per admission, there is a need to dissipate odors and reduce its spread. And with no assurance that the odor won't leave the property, that would be an adverse impact. However, the current special use has a 6-hour notice to resolve, otherwise complete operation is suspended until the odor is eliminated. I would like to continue with the standard that they're running under currently, which would be that they have within a 6-hour notice that they must resolve it, or they otherwise complete operation is suspended until the odor is eliminated. This leads me to okay. That it would be, let's see. Yeah, it's under 19 because 20 is a separate point I have. So under 20, it should read upon notification by, and I think you said it was going to be either the health department or because 25 you see the health department. So if you're going to have the health department do it, it should say upon notification by the health department of odors, the applicant or the user has 6 hours to resolve, or otherwise complete operation is suspended until the odor is eliminated. On number 20, that leads me to 20, in the event that odors detected by the, in this one, I have the Department of City Development, so I guess it's a decision on which one you want to have, Health Department and Department of City Development, because you use it both in here. Shall contact them and insert shall be reviewed for special use compliance by the Common Council. The Common Council is the only body held accountable to the people, and I don't think this should just be shoved off to something that's not accountable to the people. So I would insert shall be reviewed by special use compliance by the Common Council. On page 76 as well. And that is noise level near the residential side should be lower and more in line with the current UDO standards. Staff makes a note on page 88. Let's make sure we know what staff made the comment about on page 88. So page 88, exterior trash compactors are proposed on the north and south sides of the building. And they also talk about possible future truck dock and parking, so I guess it pertains to the noise level. So it mentions exterior trash compactors. Trash compactors should be interior to the building. I'm talking about point number 21 on page 76, where it talks about truck noise and there's or no, I'm sorry, 21, where it talks about the sound control devices that they have to have with chimneys and baffles. And I wanted to add the enter trash compactor issue so that you would actually be adding, like 21A or however you want to do it, that the exterior trash compactors should be moved interior to the building. Shall be moved. That's fine too, I will accept that. On numbers 22 and 23, they're sort of combined issues. They both talk about noise. I would combine that to read truck traffic noise and impact shall be mitigated at the maximum of, and right now we have 65 decibels. Our ordinance decibels are as low as like 40. So I'm not sure we want to stick with 65. That's pretty high. So we're going to stick with 65 according to the mayor. Anybody else?
It's not high, but I negotiated this with Tom Benning. It's 65 at ground level at the building.
Okay, so truck traffic and noise impact should be mitigated at maximum 65 decibels on the north and east side.
Where do you see that? Because that doesn't exist.
I'm making that statement.
It's going to be.
What I'm doing is combining item number 22 and 23 because they both pertain to noise and they're not very well condensed. So my change would be truck traffic noise and impact shall be mitigated to the maximum of 65 decibels on the north and east sides of the property by design and construction of the berms whose height and configuration are based on the modeling of impacts to sensitive residential receptors in these areas. Resulting berms shall be landscaped in compliance with the UDO guidelines. And I'm not sure, backup alarms need to be addressed on the residential side. You had
I don't know how you'd ever enforce that. Even if lightning strikes and they build this building, I don't know how putting something in that's just not enforceable is just silly. And this is
It's
not
not,
enforceable.
it's not enforceable based on modeling impacts to sensitive residential receptors in the area and landscaping per the UDO.
Truck drives out. What are you gonna do? I admire the fact that you want to do this, but it's not practical, so why even waste our time putting it in there?
Well, no, we're constructing berms, correct? That's what the thing is all about. So if you construct a berm so it's sensitive on that particular side, that's what you're doing. So you're just constructing a berm so it's models impacts. It's
Okay,
it's height. It's the height and configuration.
Mr. City Attorney.
What facts and information do you have that any truck noise should appropriately and reasonably be regulated by 65 decibel limit?
If that's
That's property line on the property.
that's already in here. I didn't put that in here.
It's
Well,
not in,
you're talking.
that doesn't relate to the
You're
trucks.
speaking in trucks out on the road.
Well, I was
And you follow the trucks then, and
Do you really want to
how
fall on
far
the
away
sword?
do you monitor the noise level?
I was just talking about the decibels on the residential side, not anywhere else, not up and down the road. All I said is sensitive to residential receptors. I didn't say on the road. I didn't say, driving by. But if you don't want to go with that one, we'll move on to the next one. Number 25. No, 25 talks about establishing and maintaining a citizen complaint procedure. I'm telling you, council members, this has not worked. Every big user that we've had, taking that complaint procedure and giving it off to the person that you're complaining about doesn't work. So I'm saying the non-compliance should come before the elected officials accountable to the people. We can leave out the accountable people part, but non-compliance should come before the elected officials. Come before the council for a compliance review. So you can do all these complaints and all that and take these procedures, but then the bottom line is the council needs to be updated on that.
All right. Mr. City Attorney, then we'll see. If this
I have like 3 or 4 more.
All right, I'm going back.
But that's the end of the ordinance, but okay.
On the first, be it resolved, we need to insert measurable performance standards to enforce compliance. I example the number of complaints, the level of decibels, the number of trucks, the odor complaints, the number of months per complaint, a metric, a count of something. The current special use has a time to comply with the complete shutdown of the operation. Right now, they have to comply, but we have no measurable results on what causes that. I would say that we put something in there, like at least a number of complaints per month or something that we have to take an action upon. Otherwise, without a measurable results, it means nothing. Same thing with the second, be it resolved, there's nothing measurable.
Mr. City Attorney.
With regard to the resolve, those have been used for decades.
Yeah, they don't work.
Pro forma. Do they work, Mr. Eddie?
The answer is it depends on. I wouldn't even begin. Well, frankly, I wouldn't even begin to know how to respond to that because how many special uses have we approved since 1968?
I'm just referencing complaints, just to be clear.
Okay. The other piece is what are the complaints centered on? What are they referencing? What are the other conditions of approval that are specific to a use? Are the complaints related to something that is actually spelled out in a resolution that are enforceable? What are the conditions under which they are operating? Were the conditions specific enough that it could generate a trigger response by staff in order to be able to go after them or to resolve any such complaint. Is any such complaint actually considered reasonable versus a complaint that somebody's complaining about something that we can't do anything about? And is the complaint directed at the right target? Some of these complaints are not specific to the city of Franklin. Some of these would be, and specific to this one, would be stuff that would be generated by the FDA or the USDA or any of your variety of alphabet agencies. Are they working? To the extent that any such zoning compliance or zoning enforcement works, it's extremely slow. It's extremely painful to go through. That much I can tell you. And so to the extent that it doesn't work because the state law doesn't allow it to do anything other than what it does.
Okay, I have one more. The third, be it resolved, I would like to be unquestionably clear by adding the standards of 15-3.0700 instead of just the 15-9. Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney. Can we ask the young lady who's yelling out in the hall to not yell out in the hall, please? That's it. No, leave one open. Leave one open. Okay. Which channel is that reporter from? Thank you. Okay, Mr. City Attorney.
With regard to the proposed change on page 73 with no phase 2, that's describing the application. So in effect, you're not properly describing their application. That's what they applied for. So I would recommend don't delete that phases 1 and 2 description. And with regard to the page 74 does not run with the land, that's also an understanding upon the application. And I don't recall a special use ever detracting the run with the land to make it a personal, although could have happened, but that's what the application for. So I would recommend don't delete that.
Point of clarification.
For those of you here for the water tower project, you have my sincere apologies. It's a busy night. It's an important issue. And Alderman, let's come to a conclusion given what's on page 150 and the other conversations we had tonight.
I just want a point of clarification because the ordinance says unless you put it in there, it runs with the land.
I heard it.
Okay, so you're saying you want it to run with the land. Even when they move out, you want it to be. I don't know if I can support it with that, but. Well, it's better than not having it, I guess, if you're gonna.
Alderman Mayor.
Just one quick point. Strauss could be thriving on 20.
Mr. Eddy, I am correct on that. Running with the land being part of the application, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
So just one quick point. Strauss could be thriving on 27th Street. None of the buildings there were there when Strauss started to pursue this. They could be thriving there. Great place on the freeway, the right development, right place. They could be thriving in the industrial park. There are still some options there. I don't believe that they looked at those. I don't believe this is the right place for Strauss. I think it's ludicrous that we're giving a permit to build to a company that doesn't want to build. They've told us that, but we're giving them the go-ahead through this, and I think this is just crazy. It's the wrong place for this development.
Okay. Mr. Barber, Alderman Barber, thank you. Appreciate, again, the patience of the folks in the audience. So the changes offered by Alderman Wilhelm come to the date on page, or that's the planning manager, the date on page 74, the addition of the maximum livestock clause with inserting it and updating the numbering. The item number 12, where the insert the word any in between future and building. That fixes your problem with page 1. Change to section 13, Department of City Development. An addition after 21 and renumber is to require trash and waste containers to be enclosed so as to limit sound. And that was the sum total that I had after 45 minutes. And Madam Clerk.
I had the 6-hour notice in there, and then also the addition to the items coming to council, and the addition of the 15-3.07 to the be it resolved, item third one.
Okay, maker of the motion.
I would agree with all the motions, up until where it says, be it further resolved. I agree that these are, that require more definition than we're getting right now. Sitting on the Quarry Monitoring Committee, there's very specific things laid out, and I'd like to, I don't think the language right now covers that. So I would agree with all of everything that was said up to what Jesse just opinioned as to what the changes should be, and we'll let it go at that.
So just to be clear, anything after be it further resolved is not included in your motion.
Right. And any corrections, Jesse, our attorney makes.
I did add number 5, and I did mention it in the discussion. Is that true? And you had a conditional second. There is no such thing as conditional second. So, all right. Anybody else? Madam Clerk.
Alderman Nelson.
Now, just to clarify, in the last hour, so right now, the motion is to approve with those, okay, no.
Alderman Barber.
Yes.
Alderwoman Hanneman.
Aye.
Alderwoman Wilhelm.
No.
Alderman Mayor.
No.
Alderman Hopfer.
Yes.
Once again, we spent an hour changing documents
It's just a
that did
vote.
not get us support by the person making the changes. For the reasons I stated earlier, the necessity to come to a conclusion on the lawsuit, and the reasons in the code, those documents received from Strauss, Mayor votes aye, motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, just make a
Alderman
brief
Hofer.
comment. I would just like to say to Alderwoman Wilhelm's efforts, even though she didn't support it, she worked to make it as best as she thought she could do.
I think this whole thing has been kind of a circus. It's been one of, if not the biggest black eye in the city of Franklin. I think it would behoove us to establish an independent, objective blue ribbon commission to review this process, to figure out who knew what when, what went wrong with this thing, who perceived that promises were made, and what got us to this point, and to report back to this council with a report by September. That's what I move. That's my motion. If it gets a second, we'll vote. If it doesn't get a second, it will die. But I think we need to review this so it doesn't happen in the future.
Is there a second?
Question, who would you anticipate making up that group?
Well, Abraham Lincoln said, first you have to decide if something is the right thing to do, then you decide how to do it. I would anticipate if this goes forward, we have a committee of the whole or our next meeting, and we decide how we could make this up, but it's got to stay independent and objective. Exactly who, I don't know yet, but maybe we each appoint one person to the commission. I don't know, but we could talk about that
That'll
at a
work.
committee of the whole.
Alderman Nelson.
I'd like to yield to the city attorney at this point, then I won't.
There is
ramble.
no second.
Then I'll second.
Mr. City Attorney.
Am I understanding that you want to create some independent investigation committee to see who did what right and who did what wrong within the Common Council and procedures on this subject matter?
I didn't say that. I said we need some answers. What was perceived by whom, when, who knew what, when, and what kind of promises did somebody believe that were made?
I'm going to answer that right now. There's one truth in every matter, and there's an infinite number of lies. You've read most of them. That's all I'm going to say. Believe them or not?
I won't comment on that, Mr. Mayor, because I just won't. I made the motion. I believe it's been seconded.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Alderman Wilhelm.
One of the things that we were brought back to, and this is going to directly to your comment, was that we were supposed to talk about that police report. That police report I couldn't print out. It was black. That was not given to me. I had to print that out myself. But what the council members don't know up here is that that police report was available to everyone the night of the public hearing for the Plan Commission. So there were several weeks available for that document. And when I was pressed, and nearly to the point of harassment, to produce that document that I did not keep because I knew there were other documents floating around to it. And John Nelson, you better back me up on that fact because you had a copy of it. So I feel it's very important to say that I was kind of dragged through the mud on a couple things. The DNR, where I said that they had violations, what they did, and that was confirmed in the open records. That came through, and I'm not going to go into this a lot, but the fact that how I was treated through some of this process when my integrity was being challenged, and I did nothing more than to try to do my job. And I think I'll just leave it at that, and I don't want to get into big debate, but.
Here's the facts on that police report. I don't remember which meeting it was, but I do not believe it was the Plan Commission because I had the only copy which had my handwritten notes on them. Handwritten notes. The only copy. That was the Common Council meeting because you asked for it. And I said, no problem. And I handed it to you. The next time I saw that copy was in the lawsuit. And then I needed to have a copy back for our defense. And guess what? I went to the person who was supposed to be the custodian of the record, and you refused to produce it. I even had to go to the Corporation Council to try to force you to produce it, and you still didn't produce it. So let's not play the martyr game here.
No.
You're playing both ends to the middle.
That does deserve a response because I have a, the fact is, that gentleman right there was in the council room when it was sitting on, or in the alderman's room when it was sitting on the table. I have a photograph of it on the date. So I'm going to tell you, there was another document that was out there. And so I did not keep Mayor Olson's document. I don't know what happened to it. Alderman Nelson can speak to this, but here's what happened, and I'm going to say my side of the story on this issue. I was here for the public hearing for the Plan Commission. There were several developers in the alderman's room, and I went in there to put my code in there. I had a pretty large council packet in a coat, my coat, and when I came in there, I
She's not going to. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I ended up taking home the document with my pile of papers on the night of the Plan Commission hearing. So there was another document. And I left, when I got home from the Plan Commission, like the very next day, I left to go to Michigan. And I didn't realize until I came back that I had that document. And I thought, what am I doing with this? How does this? So when I picked up my packet, they were all standing there when they watched me pick up my packet. So I picked it up with my stuff because I set my thing down on the counter. And I got back from Michigan and I thought, what am I going to do? I don't know what to do with this document. So I came back here. I drove up to City Hall late at night because I got back from Michigan at night. And I put it in Alderman Nelson's box because he's so with the sheriff, it was his district. I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't want to be in possession of it. He had pulled it out of his box. I saw it sticking out of his folder at the licensing committee. So there were other documents, and I had no reason to keep whatever document, and I didn't hang on to the document. And so I want this to just drop. I didn't do anything wrong on that issue. I returned the document to City Hall. I don't know who put it there, but I do know all the developers were in that room when I went in there. So.
Okay. Alderman Nelson.
Just for a point of clarification, the document is the simple CAD report from the PD. If any one of our addresses in the city, simply a calls for service. It's a very basic, generic, subject to open records request. That's it. So I'm not sure. I mean, there's some details that are being recalled that are, I remember seeing it. I remember looking at it saying, oh, okay, CAD report. Next, I'm done. So I'm not sure if there's more to this that I'm missing.
Oh, there is.
Okay, well, I yield. I got nothing more.
I'm not
Getting late.
I've outlined what happened that's not proper procedure for maintaining documents that are property of the city. Alderman Hanneman.
Thank you. I'm hearing a lot of very serious accusations flying around surrounding this entire issue.
No action has already occurred on this.
The next
This is on the vote
to have a blue ribbon.
to have a blue ribbon, which I take a little issue with that name. But here's the thing. I think that this issue has pitted citizens against each other, colleagues against each other, whatever you want, however you want to look at it. It's been a very divisive issue in our community. I think that's one thing we can all agree on. I don't know that bringing more independent citizens into this is going to make the problem any better or uncover anything that people think should be uncovered. If there are very specific allegations, then please take it to the Corp Council. File a complaint there. Let them do the investigation. But let's please not rope more independent citizens into this and trying to pit more in watching the whole court battles play out on social media and cause more discord than is absolutely necessary. The only really independent person I can see, if there are true, serious allegations here by anyone, take it to the Corp Council. That's what they're there for.
The motion on the floor. Let's do a roll call, Madam Clerk. The motion is to put a blue ribbon committee together and investigate.
And report back by September.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Hopfer.
Nay.
He said nay, right?
No, yes.
Okay. Sounded like an A.
Nay, no,
Nay,
yes,
A.
okay.
Alderman Mayor.
Yes.
Alderwoman Wilhelm.
I want to support this, but I want it to be done, so I'm going to vote no. I'm just done with this issue.
Alderwoman Hanneman.
No.
Alderman Barber.
No.
Alderman Nelson.
Same way, no. Done.
Motion fails, 5 noes, 1 aye, and I think I got that right.
Done with it.
Move a brief recess.
Let's be back at 10:30.
Recording stopped.
All right, Dan. I don't care who that old guy is in the back row.
Recording in progress.
It's 10:32. We're back in the open session. We're going to move to item G11. Survey responses for a water main project on Lovers Lane Road. Mr. City Engineer. Hold on. Hey. No. Go.
Ready? Okay. So item G11, if you recall, we've discussed a water tower along Lovers Lane. We did just for the folks that are here, we did a study several years ago, determined that the city is in desperate need, I should say, of having more water storage. We did some studies. We looked at northwest, southwest, and it was ultimately decided to put 2 towers in a central west location. We looked at several sites to purchase. We selected a what's a place that's come to be known. I call it Water Tower Park, south of Target, north of St. Martin's on the east side of the road. So in this segment, we looked at it. We didn't purchase the property until basically the end of 2020. And then it took us a year to do the design, go through Public Service Commission. So this is really the first opportunity we've had to really tell the residents it's still going to be 2 years or more before we actually do a water main there. So as practice, we have to connect the water towers to the rest of the system. This segment along St. Martin or Lovers Lane does not have a water main, and so this has always been part of the project that we've talked about. But now's the time to advise the residents that we are proceeding with the project. We asked if they were interested in connecting to it. I mentioned in there 14 responses received since the date of this printing. We've had 2 more responses come in. One was
1 second, Glenn.
Sure.
Did you mention that this water tower capacity and location was in our 2009 water system study?
I said many, many years, but it's probably been 2009. Yeah. Okay. So since that time, we've had 2 responses. Both were not in favor of connecting to the water main. So 4 responses were interested, but on closer investigation, 1 really can't develop into anything. So it's really just 3. We've looked at 9 responses, and again, that were not interested. 1 indicated they needed more information, and 2 from the same property indicating that they needed more information, but they also marked no. So overwhelmingly, they are not in favor of this. As past practice, as per our code, we assess for water mains when they cross your property, and unless the Common Council were to come up with some other method to make this happen, that's really the only mechanism that we have when the city does a project. So having said that, I've listed comments that came in by Friday morning in your packet. And you've heard during citizens' comment that several folks are here and not in favor of having to pay the assessment. Just to remind everyone that when you are assessed, you do, as past practice, have a 10-year deferment, and that's in the code. And then once you do start making payments, it can be 12 years to pay that off. So in essence, you've got 22 years to pay it off. First payment isn't due for the first 10 years.
Stop. Stop.
Yes.
10-year deferment, which means you don't pay anything for 10 years. You get the water. Don't pay for 10 years. And then over the next 10 years, you do installment payments with a small,
12 years.
12 years.
12 years.
I want,
I'm sorry?
what's the interest rate?
6%, but that doesn't start until year 10 or year
So
11.
you get 10 free years, and then you start your payments in year 11 through 23. We're not really, well, we're not set up to do this as a public hearing. So I'm giving you information so that you have more information, so you're not quite as upset at us. And then later, I think what's going to happen is you're going to have a meeting with the engineer at pastor's church. Not,
Okay.
nah, we don't need.
So I will say most of the folks that I met with, I tried to meet with everyone who called me. I don't know that I was able to respond to all the emails, but I did try to talk to everyone that called me or came to visit me. Probably the biggest concern I have, I think, is just voiced here, is it's not for them. Why do they have to pay for it? As I tell folks, just having a water main in front of your property does affect the value of your property. We get several phone calls from folks that are purchasing property that it does affect the price of your property. In addition, it improves fire protection services in your area. So whether you connect to it or not, it does affect the value, and it's very appropriate that Common Council many, many years ago decided that residents would be assessed for it.
Alderman Mayor, your district.
So your plan is to have a public meeting?
So yes, so I'm recommending, so I have three options, and option A, have a neighborhood meeting, and I will show my appreciation to the church. They've offered their facilities on some Monday or Tuesday evening. I'm suggesting maybe this summer, let us finish getting the design and ready to go out to bid and such, so I'll have some more definitive answers. The other thing is B, proceed with the bidding of the project. We have received Public Service Commission approval. We're still working on financing some other things, but we do need to proceed with that. If you've been paying attention to the news, price of steel in China, it's made things absolutely crazy. The prices are not getting cheaper every day. So we do need to proceed with bidding it. And then other direction staff, if you have other ideas on how to solve some of the citizens' issues, I'd be more than happy to listen to them. But I would be more than happy to meet with the citizens at the Tri-County Baptist Church sometime this summer, and I'll have some more details and show payment schedules and that sort of thing, and try to answer as many questions as I can.
And you would notify them all about the meeting and?
Yes, they would all receive a mailing, yes.
Wilhelm, then Hanneman.
Question for city engineer. What is the rate per square foot? Because it was like 134. What is?
It's per linear foot.
Oh, okay.
So it depends. It depends. So if you have a skinny lot, say, sometimes lots are only 60 foot wide, there is a minimum assessment of 100 feet. There is also different rates for residential based and non-residential. So
The linear foot rate right now, it was
it's
134.
it's 130, well, 133.80 or something like that for residential.
Okay, per linear foot. And then I know we haven't done a lot of these, so I don't have a lot of history on this, but it seems to me like when we had issues like this, sometimes the water department picked up a portion of the cost.
So the water department is paying a significant portion of this project, actually impact fees. So, to further explain for the folks that didn't come visit with me, we have a maximum rate. So when the contractor bids the project, we will ask him to bid a hypothetical 8-inch water main, although we are installing a 16-inch water main. So the 8-inch water main is what we assess by the 8-inch system. If by chance, so it's 133.80, I think is the number. If the bid comes in and such that when you calculate it comes into 125, then they pay the lower rate. If the bid comes in at, say, 175, they still pay the 133.80 cents per linear foot. So they are maxed, and the city will pick up the additional above and beyond the maximum rate. Water impact fees pay for the oversizing cost.
Okay.
So
Those are probably good points for you to have for the residents. So
Exactly.
That's why I want. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Back in the mid 2000s, probably around 2005, 6, 7, when I was on the Plan Commission, I remember the then city engineer Jack Bennett always saying that the city is going to need more water in the air, meaning another water tower. So this has been part of the conversation and the planning, part and parcel to the natural growth of Franklin. So conceptually, it's nothing new. What I'm interested and concerned about is the process that we're using and has been standard practice per our code to assess residents for water. Is that a standard practice statewide?
I believe so. We drive our municipal codes by state statutes, and state statutes is very clear on how you can and can't assess for various things. There are some things that we don't assess for, which some communities do, like sidewalks, those kinds of things. We provide those at no cost to residents. But for water systems, we have to be very careful because we have to treat our utilities as their own entity. So we have to be very careful that we the city, don't burden too much of the utility, because ratepayers and folks that are affected by the utility have to pay for those.
It just seems to me in this particular case, because the water tower is something ultimately that is benefiting the entire city in terms of water pressure and making it available to newer developments and subdivisions, whatever. So it does seem that this particular project is very heavily burdening a very small number of residents in the community. And I would like to explore alternative.
So I don't totally disagree with that, but I will caution you that the financing is greatly affected if we don't consider assessments.
Let me jump in. The apparent unfairness is the fact that our code requires us to assess for a main that passes somebody's property as a result of a water tower that's getting put in for the benefit of the entire community. The funding reflects that universal use by the rest of the community, but the fact still remains is that there's a water main that runs past people's houses that they may not want or necessarily need. So this is part of municipal government. Unfortunately, it's one of those things where, sorry, Reverend, can't. I can't. This is one of those things where we as a body have to deliberate this, and within the constraints of the PSC and state law, do what we can do. Fair? Fair? City Attorney?
The special assessment process, special assessments may only be used with regard to the financing of a project that specially benefits specific property and is allocated accordingly. And I haven't studied any of this in any detail yet, but the easy answer is the tower has nothing to do with a public water supply being provided to a private property. That's the special benefit of public water service, same as installation of a public sanitary sewer main. Special benefit. So that's what it is, the way it's always been done.
That's why they're only assessed for an 8-inch line, even though we're going to install a 16-inch main.
Per the code.
Per code.
And the interest that they would have to pay after 10 years, that interest comes to us, right? Can we do something about that?
As I understand, so in our municipal code, and you'd have to change the municipal code, I suppose. Actually, that's not even in the municipal code. The 12 years at 6% interest, that's been past practice. I believe, or at least I've been told, that the idea is that we really don't want to be people's bank. I mean, we're willing to. 6% is not loan shark interest. But it is a little bit higher than, we would encourage people to go to Summit Credit Union or wherever they do their banking. They can find cheaper money somewhere else, and otherwise the city ratepayers have to burden that.
Yeah, but
So maybe to take that a little bit further, the city has to pay for that project when it happens. So the city pays interest for that. And not only that, but it gives 10 years of 0% interest. So what Glenn said about the bank part, that's after year 10. It's the 6% is really for the cost of the project, the cost of the borrowing that typically goes along with the project, and that 10-year deferment
yeah, but it comes back to the fact that they don't want it.
today.
Right. So I think we should, as we go through this process, I think we should look at that interest and see if we can do something to reduce that for them, because we don't want to be their bank, but they don't want the water. And if they do want the water, if they do hook up, that's a different situation. Or when they sell, that's a different situation. But as long as they're living there and they don't want it, we don't want to be their bank, but they don't want the water.
The only other comment I have is we just have to make sure we're being equitable. So doing things on a case-by-case basis, especially with special assessments, is a very, very slippery slope. And it creates inequities in other areas. So then you have to start saying, are you going to have and I'm not even going to use the other example I'm thinking of, but it's the council really needs to decide what the process needs to be, and that needs to be the process, because when you do it for some and not for others,
And
you open that up to a
I
huge legal
understand that. I
arena.
get that completely.
The other thing is if we do make some changes with the interest rate or whether they pay or not, the reality is that every other Franklin taxpayer will pay for it. And is that fair to them when they are paying for the water tower? So it's not an easy issue. I'm going to grant everybody that, but at the
I would
end
say
of the day,
ratepayers are paying for the tower.
at the end of the day, we got to be fair to everyone, which includes the rest of the taxpayers. Alderman Barber.
I'd like to suspend the order to allow a brief comment from the Reverend at this point, just to add some input as a brief statement.
I'll second it.
Sir?
Reverend, can you come up and use the microphone? And by the way, you missed my pastor's lunch.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry about that. I just think that this thing is totally out of proportion here, for one thing, because our church sits there on Highway 100, and the line runs by our frontage. They want to hit us for $80,900, and we don't want any water. We got 2 wells, 2 septic tanks. We don't need water or sewer. And, we're getting hit with this big, that's a hard thing for us. We just got our church that we built ourselves. We just got it paid down to where we are, under 70,000 it was on our mortgage. And we're just about out of debt, in other words. But now we're going to get hit for an $80,000 one for this water that we're not going to use. And I think that's a terrible thing. We're nonprofit corporation. We're tax deductible as a church. But, I think that ought to be the whole community. I think the mayor said something similar to that, like,
And not what you're saying.
huh? No, not what I'm saying. Oh, you're nonprofit too. Okay. Well, anyways, I appreciate having a voice, being able to speak up this evening, and I shared, from my letter earlier tonight, and I want to thank you for that. And I've met with the city engineer here, my son and I, and we've gone over some things, and we're willing to, let them use our facilities to get the people there around together, and maybe when you get a little more information on it, right? So we're looking forward to that this summer. Thank you.
Okay, but the net of this is that needs to happen, but the tower needs to go up. So, Alderman Mayor, is there a motion to return to regular order?
So,
Oh, now who do we do with that? All right, Barber and Nelson. Okay. All those in favor to return?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Alderman Mayor, you have a motion?
I'll move to proceed with setting up the neighborhood meeting sometime this summer and moving forward with the tower.
Is there a second?
Second.
Too late. All, on the motion, all those in favor, Alderman Barber. Hold on. You guys are getting tired. Go ahead.
My hand does it. Is there any reason that they couldn't go ahead with bids just to have it in place as part of your motion, which would be
That's
A
part of
and
the
B?
motion.
You were just saying the meeting.
No,
Okay, you mentioned.
Go to
the
bid.
Bids, okay.
What was on the action sheet?
action sheet except for C.
Yeah, that's fine, but
I have a question.
Alderman Hofer.
Timeline for keeping those bids valid?
Yet, but we're getting.
Oh, but if you're going to do that, is it going to work with our timeline?
Yeah, I would have the meeting before the bids, before we collect the bids. Or actually, I may have to, let me think about this. I may have to wait till we receive bids and I'll have a better idea for prices then. So it'd have to be after I receive bids. And bids are typically, unless we say otherwise, good for 60 days.
But we could have the discussion and/or any possible solution in time to not invalidate those bids.
Correct. I anticipate sometime this summer.
Okay, anybody else? All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Go back to item G4, an ordinance to amend 245-3B, add stop signs at Oaks Estates. Alderman Wilhelm.
Page 194, we have a no stop sign coming off the cul-de-sac. And so I guess I'd just like to make 50 Marquette a through street and move the stop sign for the cul-de-sac. So I would remove move the stop sign that's on the
No.
left-hand side to the right-hand side, so it treats the cul-de-sac.
Cul-de-sac's not built yet.
Well, it's not built yet, but you have like three-way stop. So why put them in?
We could maybe move the stop signs around once the streets are built and people are using it.
Well, what I'm saying is there shouldn't be one on 49th. You should just let it go through, let the buses go through. Otherwise, you're going to have buses stopping there all the time. So you need one on the corner of 49th, and eventually you're going to need one on the cul-de-sac, and that's it for now. Because
May I?
otherwise, you're going to have you're going to have a bus stop noise there at that intersection all the time, and you're going to create a four-way confusion there.
May I suggest we leave it as posted currently, and maybe I'll discuss this with the Board of Public Works.
I would like.
give you a call on a date that you want to set up a date.
All right, thank you. It's very, once you have a stop sign posted, to take one away is more consideration.
That's what I'm saying. Don't put them in.
They're already there.
Just put in the one on the corner 49th, and then when the cul-de-sac goes in, why don't you just wait to put them in, because you don't need them in right now anyway. And then when the cul-de-sac goes in, put the other one on the cul-de-sac. So you have two. It's a two-way stop, not a four-way. This is supposed to be a major street coming into the school.
I believe that the stop signs shown on the exhibit are already in place.
All right, let me jump in here. Voice of many years of history of doing this. No stop signs on the entire stretch of Marquette Avenue, which is a brand-new, wide, well-paved, smooth drag strip. And we don't control speed with stop signs, but you're tempting fate. That's all I'm going to say.
Um,
I'm not going to get the phone calls until I do.
Mr. Morrow, the road narrows down at that point, so it's not going to be wide all the way through. At 49th Street, it narrows down, and then you've got that jog, so you have an automatic slow area right there. You don't need a stop sign too. Well, I think you should just put 2 up on the 2, and if then there's a problem, then you can put them in. But to take them out, like you said, that's going to be a problem. So just put the 2 up, the one on the corner of 49th, and have the other one on the cul-de-sac when the cul-de-sac goes in. That's my motion, to accept this with that change.
Second.
Just put a roundabout in.
2 of them.
No room.
I just did a second. I'm done. Nothing to say on this.
That's my thought, and I don't know because I don't determine where stop signs are located. But if this was located pursuant to public safety, police traffic regulation, standards, etc., then there would be a reason why they're there.
I would appreciate being able to take this Board of Public Works and let them have a continued discussion. So you can table this, be my suggestion.
Motion to approve with the one change, withdraw that, or pass it, or withdraw it and table it. I send it back to Board of Public Works. So the motion is to approve with the removal of the sign on Marquette and 49. All right. Okay. Hearing no one else. All those in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. You're getting tired. There's just no energy. All right. After a long wait, Director of IT is here to ask for a security test of our IT system.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Good job,
carried.
Jim. Good
I
job.
told you to go home.
I do have a question for you.
No, I'm not reading the title.
Do we have face recognition software? Face recognition software? No. Okay, because we see, what's those squares that come up on people's faces on the videos?
It's a YouTube thing.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Good, now I have an answer to that question. Thank you very much. See ya.
And the motion is on the amended action sheet, correct? Action sheet, yes.
Marquette.
Lots of coffee.
Stop sign on Marquette. All right, G6, a resolution for professional services for 50th Street reconstruction. Alderman Wilhelm.
Oh, boy.
Motion to approve, right? And then we move on.
Is timing for the public hearing, is this gonna work out okay? Still good? Could I have it?
I'm hoping to get the report done by Friday and we'll get those letters mailed out.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay. And no surprise is gonna come up on this one?
Is that a motion to approve?
It's a motion to approve as stated here.
Second.
Can I?
I'll give it to Barbara because he was slightly faster. Alderwoman Steno.
If you see the fiscal note, it says very preliminary. I would caution you to approve an item that says very preliminary because the funding is not in place for this all the way. The funding that's in place was $200,000, I believe, in the budget. So we do have some work to do on this. So I would just caution you on that.
So how are you gonna handle that then?
We have the money for engineering.
We have 200,000.
All right, so we're good, Peggy? Is that, we're good, we're just,
If it's just the engineer, I just don't want there to be a misunderstanding later on when someone says this got approved, because we go through this regularly. We do not currently have $325,000 budgeted.
The
So
motion is
just so
for
everyone's-
engineering services only at this time.
Got it.
It's fine.
Thank you.
Did we vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. G7 is a request for approval of a salary and benefit modification for building inspector candidate. The write-up is in your packet.
Moves to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. G8, request to hire replacement DW light equipment operator in advance of current employee leaving.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for doing that, especially if we get another snowstorm. G9, sanitary sewer user fee increases.
Always good.
This is a pass-through from MMSD, correct?
Some of it. Some of it is. We also have a larger than budget than 2021 for sewer. Down under the chart on page 215, you will see some of the main reasons for the change. We do have a big inspection and cleaning of St. Martin's Force Main. I believe that's to the tune of about $75,000. We have the new private I&I program that we are budgeting $25,000 for. We do have an increase this year in labor benefits and cost allocations due to sewer utilities, as well as an increase in insurance, and then other smaller ups and downs. So this is sewer rates are usually adjusted on an annual basis. We did adjust last year to cover the new sewer lift station, the $3 million basically, and the debt service that's going into play. But these were additions to the budget that we need to account for. Therefore, the overall increase of 3.98% is requested on a residential. That equals a quarterly rate of 68.38, up from 65.76. And then on the commercial, there's increase of connection charge from $14.46 up to $16.99, and the volumetric rate from $3.85 to $3.90 per 1,000 gallons.
So I'm sorry, Peggy. I'm getting tired. The residential rate was and is going to what?
It was $65.71. We bill all sewer residential customers as a flat fee. So that's the other part of the variability in this rate, is we have to guess what that usage is going to be, because when we pay to MMSD, we pay on a volumetric rate. But we do with the majority of our customers, greater than 70%, based on that. So it's going from $65.76 per quarter to $68.38 per quarter.
Roughly,
Hence, it's very important to take care of PPII.
roughly a 5% increase. I don't know.
3.98.
Peggy, what was?
It's mayor math, come on.
Peggy, what was the verification again on the 3 million lift station? Where was that located? Or maybe that's Glenn.
60th Street,
That's what I thought. Wasn't that for the industrial park though?
60th Street Industrial Park.
Yeah, so we're all paying for it? Why can't the
Located.
industrial park pay for that? Why are we all?
That's
where
a
do we-
citywide sewer service, benefited to everyone.
Yeah, right. Look, we gotta control this. Look at this.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Crazy.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. G10, page 217, results, so we did that one?
No. This is the other Lover's Lane
Oh, I'm,
survey.
okay, G10, heard a place to Phyllis Lane.
So DOT is looking to do the project along Lover's Lane from Rawson to College Avenue. Could be as early as 24, could be stretched into 25. It's, with federal funds coming forward, their schedules are all in flux, but this could happen in 2024. If you recall, we made a decision on what to do with that access road between Hurd and Phyllis, and we made a decision. DOT is incorporating that in their plans. This is the opportunity to provide water service to those 6 homes. They're like a little island of homes that don't have a service. Everybody else does. So we sent out surveys to those 6 homes. We received 3 responses. 1 was in favor, 2 were against. And if you see, and so the one little comment I received was the person in favor, and they were really asking, how can they connect, and how do we charge, and that sort of thing. So I provided answers, the underlined, if you look on page 217, that's where that's at. So in essence, if we don't do it now, it should be a very, very, very long time before we try to dig up a brand-new pavement and fix what DOT is putting in there in the next few years. And I'm looking to just do the design, and then the construction would happen next year. We'd have to budget.
And when would we determine assessments and take that preliminary?
So we do have maximum assessments, so I can calculate based on that, but ideally it'd be after we get the designer to design it and come up with a cost estimate. That's really the best time to notify people that we have decided to assess.
Okay, so all you're looking for is design fees.
Correct. Actually,
Can we know what
I'm
those
not looking,
design fees are?
I'm not looking for design fees yet, but I'm going to return to Common Council with a design contract. And that's what the design fees would be.
Okay. All right, so really, no actions necessary, but Alderman said yes,
I'll move
so.
on the recommendation.
Okay, I moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion to go out and get some professional design fees, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. G11, we did. G12, execute a state municipal financial agreement for improvements relating to Lover's Lane.
So some time ago, Common Council decided that we wanted to put a pathway on the north side of Ryan Road, east side of St. Martin's, as it goes up to where St. Martin splits from Lover's Lane. And so we have received the information to solidify that. So it's a state maintenance agreement, which means that if they build it, we'll maintain it. And the funding agreement is that if they build it, we'll pay for it. And this is also park impact fee eligible.
$624,700 in sidewalk.
Pathway, 10-foot pathway.
My favorite conversation. What's a path? What's a sideway? And we have the money, Madam Director of Administration?
This is a 24 or 25 project, I believe, so there's no funding in the current budget.
Is there a motion to adopt the resolution? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Oh, that's the big long sidewalk. I got it. Okay. G13, page 237, a request to participate in state contract for 2,000 tons and 4 additional, so it's net 2,400 tons.
Second.
I'll give that to Mayor. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. G14, sump pump survey.
So we've talked about the PPI project. We have a war chest of funds coming up for that's earmarked for the city of Franklin to use. We're working on a PPII program that we've talked about for inspection, and we're still getting that going. But in the meantime, it doesn't look like we'll be able to spend enough funds to keep all the money earmarked for Franklin. So if we don't use it, we lose it. There is a system, brainstorm with MMSD, there is a system such that we can basically provide what I call a sump pump line out in the right-of-way that's specifically for private I&I or sump pumps and could be also downspouts. We've talked about trying to let people know what we're doing. I just don't have the budget to mail a survey out to everyone. We're going to work with the GIS department to do a GIS-based survey like we did with the pathway on Forest Home. We're going to try to get this out there where we really want to try to find out where all the issues are. We have a list of about 16 places where we think that we have issues for, somebody has a sump pump discharge in their yard, but it goes out on the sidewalk, freezes in the wintertime. Neighbors complain about it. What do they do to fix it? They put it back to sanitary sewer. There's also studies that shows even if they are doing it correctly, the fact that they're saturating the ground around their house, if it's an older home, that can actually leak in. It actually increases the leakage into the system. So we just talked about, we're based on MMSD, our volume. This contributes to that significantly. So if done correctly, so let's say we go down a a cul-de-sac with 10 homes, if we can get all 10 homes to connect to it, this won't cost us a single dime. If we go down a cul-de-sac of 10 homes, only 2 connect, they would probably want to, or they will want to charge us for a portion of it. We don't have that funded in our budget this year, but I'd like to figure out where are we going to get the best bang for our buck? Where do we get the most people who would want to sign up for it and do it? I want to have a consultant do all the work, so it's less work on staff. But the bottom line is I'd like to use up all this money that we can. It's free. If you can look at it, it's free, because if we don't use the money, it goes away and we lose it. So this is something that I'd like for the Common Council to, if you have questions, we can talk about the need for it. But I can tell you that again, Franklin, home of the wetlands, they're everywhere. Some people's pumps pump all the time, and they just don't know what to do with it. So we got to figure out, this is potentially a way to take care of it. And but we need to find out where those are at, and we're still in the early infancy stages of how this is going to work.
Well, and then Barbara.
So Glenn, how do you want us to give suggestions? Because I know a couple people in neighborhoods in my district that.
Survey.
Okay, so if I know exactly the homes that have their sump pumps going into the storm sewer, you still need a survey, or?
So there may be 2 homes that pump, but again, if only those 2 homes connect, MMSD is not going to pay 100% of a project where only 2 homes connect. So I really need to see locations where there are A, known problems, and B, where people are willing to participate.
Okay, well, A, known problem, and B, they're probably willing to participate, but I don't know how many homes there are, but I'm not sure how you.
We have about $800,000 to $900,000 we need to spend this year.
No.
Encourage them to fill out a survey when we get that out. And so we will get that out. You can share that in with your social media. You can do other, try to get people to fill in the
So you'll
survey.
have this survey put together, and then you'll have them available for the alderman, like you put some in our boxes or something, or what, how are you?
This will be like the survey we did for the Trail on Forest Home, or
I wasn't involved.
Forest Home. Well, so we put a survey out online. You log on online and you fill out the survey information. It geocodes where you are, and so I can see all the responses, who was responding where, and they put in their address, and so you'll be able to graphically tell where the issues are. Maybe it's all in one little pocket of the city. Maybe it's not something we do all over the city. So
This is an area where there was a wetland. They built on it, so everybody has some problems.
that's Franklin.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just concerned about people that maybe would like to sign up for it, but aren't on a computer or working with that. Is there any way we can get, as an alderman, a list of those people who haven't responded so that we could touch base to see if they could do a survey that would be manual?
So as with the pathway, we did create a paper copy. We actually submitted them with all or passed them out with all the lunch program. I don't think we got more than just a couple, but we can make paper copies if you feel that people really want to.
And also, I know a lot of my constituents, not a lot, but a significant number, and I don't know if they're where they are right now, but they don't use the computer any longer, and they're seniors, and they may not be even aware of this. So how do we maximize that? The total number of people that.
So I can make paper copies available.
What about a list of those that haven't responded at some point?
We're talking about basically open this survey up to all of Franklin residents. So there's going to be quite a few that don't respond.
Well, you're going to geocode this, right? So at some point, the alderman can come in and take a look at.
Oh, sure.
The
Yeah.
GIS report. You can run a GIS report.
Yes.
Just put the dots on it.
Yeah, I can say, Alderman, here's where we got the response.
That's
okay.
That's what I'm looking for in terms of being able to do some follow-up.
Sure.
With those that haven't.
Yeah, we'll work with you.
Okay.
And can we get reimbursement for GIS time on this?
We probably could, but we'd have to have a funding agreement with MMSD where they agree to go ahead. It sounds like it's pretty much a done deal, but if we don't follow through, then no, they won't. But if we do follow through, then yeah, I think that's fair to ask for.
That would be my suggestion. Madam Director of Administration.
So two things. First of all, I think Alderman Barber, to your comment, we should probably time it with a newsletter, because I think a lot of the constituents you're referring to are probably pretty active with the newsletter. So that's a good place to get that. But the other thing is we really need to make sure that when we get this agreement with MMSD, we put all the reimbursements in place, because too many times, both here and in other communities, we go and spend the money and we're really good at doing all the work, but we're not really good at turning our paperwork into the MMSD and getting our timely refunds, and it gets to be a bigger and bigger mess. So if a consultant's doing this work, as important as doing the work is going to be getting the reimbursement.
So I'm talking to two consultants who have some experience doing this, and I made that very clear. Everything is in their basket to get done and make sure all the paperwork gets done, all reports get done, and it's much better than having staff do it. I'm a little concerned. So when's the next newsletter go out, though? We just sent one out, right?
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
it just went out this week. It's 11/17. Can we figure that out as we go? G15 is a wonderful piece of information.
So direct me.
Is there a motion on that matter to direct staff to go forward?
I'm in direct staff.
Hopeford did, and Hanneman seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now, this item 15 on page 241, as members of this common council, the board of directors, you ought to be darn proud of this. I mean, darn proud of this. This is, all of this stuff we saw tonight, and you got a document like this, be proud of it. Our retirees can rest assured that they're getting their payments.
I move to accept the Franklin Open program, ASD 74 and 75.
Second.
Okay, that was Hanneman and Holfer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. G16, page 273, a resolution amending your resolution 2013-6920 and a pending resolution 2015-7062, granting limited specific authority for disbursement and advance of review of vouchers lists.
Mayor.
Alderman Well.
I guess this is for Peggy. Peggy, is the list going to be attached to this resolution? Are these the ones you're asking for?
The list is not attached to the resolution. The list, according to the resolution, has to be provided to council whenever it changes, and it remains upon file in the clerk's office for inspection at any time.
So why wouldn't we put the list attached to this particular resolution?
Because the list could change from time to time. For example, when Time Warner turned into charter, then all of a sudden we'd have to come to council for every vendor change. We do the festivals, we would have had to come here for a special request for beer cap, so we would have to do that on a regular basis, but we are required to, by the ordinance, or by the resolution, we are required to let council know whenever the list changes.
Right, and what about when you put them in the vouchers, are they separated so we know which ones they are?
We do, yes.
Okay, so, because I don't know what the Common Council's obligation are, but, I just wanted to read this into the record that, except as elsewhere in the Wisconsin statutes, especially provided, the Common Council shall have the management and control of the city property, finances, highways, navigable waters, and the public services, and shall have the power to act for the government and good order of the city. So we have quite a bit of financial responsibility and responsibility of management of these items as a common council, so.
So that's basically approving the vouchers every council member meeting.
Right, but there are other financial aspects that we're always kind of into. I just
Okay.
want to make sure that, that we know what we're going to be approving.
So there's more to this resolution than that. So the first thing is the list, you're right, but that was already approved in 2013, 6920, and 2015, 7062. What I'm asking for is one other change right now. There would be a clause, and I'm on page 273 under the analysis. G, with the original wording, says that check payments not to exceed $250 can be approved by the mayor. for certain things, and then the council gets notified at the next meeting, just like you mentioned on the voucher listing. I'm asking you to remove that $250 limitation and have a dual control between the mayor and the director of administration, still going back to council on the next council agenda, letting you know when these
Well, how
resolutions
high
were
do you
used.
raise it?
I don't know that it needs, I'll give you an example. Last year, we had the civic celebrations, and they needed a deposit for a tent that was higher than any credit card limit we had, and we almost lost it and couldn't provide it for the celebrations because it was like the day after a council meeting. So this is one of those ones, I don't ever say trust me, but this is a short-term trust issue. If it happens one time that we don't do it appropriately, the council takes it back and staff never does it again.
How would
But
we know, though?
well, because it's going to be notified on every voucher listing, any early release payments are separate. So we tell you exactly what they are. It's really hard to run a business only every 2 weeks. So there's just some things sometimes, whether it be that tent or there were a few other situations. I know we had to make some payment to the DNR too, and it just gets to be really a hassle to try to stay under that 250. If the council's not comfortable with it, that's fine. We'll take our chances, but that's what I'm recommending, and that's very common practice.
I'm slightly uncomfortable, because then it takes 2 weeks for us to find out what's, yeah. And then a lot of stuff can happen in 2 weeks.
Is there a motion regarding this matter?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We move over to G19, skipping over the closed sessions at the moment. Purchase of a bucket truck for $229,916.
Second.
I just want to point out that I had a conversation with staff. There's a mention in here about buying a bigger one at some point in the future, and that's off the table, isn't it, Mr. Moore?
We still have one in the budget. But even though it's a smaller truck, it can reach it.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. H1 licenses, Alderman Nelson.
Okay, first one, Henzig, at their own request, apparently sick, so they'll be reappearing on the 15th. Mulligan's approved. Arnowski approved. Locke approved. Orlowski approved. And Civic Celebrations approved to extend till 11 p.m.
What do you have for the first one?
Henzig is supposed to reappear on the 15th.
Oh, that was the one with the note on it, yeah.
Should have noted that she was ill.
That's right.
Sorry to do this, but does Forest Hill Village know that the hours are going to be extended to 11 o'clock now? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That community gets abused for 3 and 4 days a year badly. And boy, we don't from them. I wonder how that works. Anyway, item I, a motion to approve the following city vouchers on ending date of March 1st, 2021, in the amount of $4,844,401.37, and payroll dated February 25th, in the amount of $455,649.60. Payments of various payroll deductions, in the amount of $430,035.16, plus city matching payments. Estimated payroll for March 11th, estimated at $442,000, and payments of various payroll deductions, estimated at $255,000, plus city matching payments and property tax disbursements from the ending date of February 28th, in the amount of $19,544,183.92.
So moved.
Second.
Barber and Hanneman, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Nelson.
Aye.
Alderman Barber.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hanneman.
Aye.
Alderman Wilhelm.
Aye.
Alderman Mayor.
Aye.
Alderman Hofer.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 ayes, no noes, no absence, no abstentions. Alderman Hanneman is worried about a dog presence on the living room floor. All right, with that, we've come to the close of all of our open businesses items. So with that, we'll end our broadcast day. We may, oh wait, we can do G17. G17,
session.
which is a closed session item. Is there an action regarding this one?
Move to go to closed session.
How about, aye.
And the 18.
Am I on the wrong one?
Yes.
Yes.
18, sorry, 18.
No, closed session.
17 and 18. Possibly 7, I mean, if it can be handled without.
How about a motion to adopt resolution 2022 disallowing the claim by Peter Pekarsky?
Isn't that the one you just want to go in closed session on?
No.
Oh.
You're doing 17.
18, I'm on 18.
What happened to 17?
Yeah.
We're
skipping it, we're going back to.
Okay, got it.
I'm trying to dispose of one so you guys can get home before 3 o'clock.
You've taken more time.
A motion to
doing
adopt
that.
resolution disallowing the claim by Peter Pekarsky.
So moved.
Move, second.
Gee, bam. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to enter closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Stat 1985 sub 1 sub E for competitive and bargaining reasons to consider potential acquisition of property at 11213 West Swiss Street, tax key on the page, and 11225 West Swiss Street also has a tax key on the page to be used for public pathway trail project along West Church Street, and the negotiated purchase price, investing of public funds, including park impact fees with regards to the potential acquisition thereof, and re-enter open session thereafter.
So moved.
Need a motion?
Roll call.
Is there a second?
Second.
Nelson Hanneman, let's go.
Madam Clerk,
Well, who did we decide?
Nelson Hanneman.
Sorry, Dan.
You gotta read it into the record, just the way it is.
Alderman Hofer.
Aye.
Alderman Mayor.
Aye.
Alderwoman Wilhelm. Alderwoman Hanneman.
Aye.
Alderman Barber. Alderman Nelson.
Aye.
Motion carries, 6 ayes, no noes, no absent, no. Say we're in closed session. How much? Let's go.
Recording stopped.